Minister of Home Affairs and Information, Mr. Wilfred Abrams, MP, SC. Mr. Corey Lane, MP. Chief of Staff, Barbados Defense Force, Brigadier Carlos Lovell. Assistant Superintendent of Police, Peter Barrow. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, Ms. Wendy Odell. High Commissioner, Acting Canadian High Commission, Abebesh Assessa. Executive Secretary, Acting Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, Ms. Angela Crowdy. Chairman, National Council on Substance Abuse, Mr. Hadford Howell. Deputy Chairman, National Council on Substance Abuse, Reverend Selwyn Brathwaite. Heads of government departments, members of the Board of Directors, National Council on Substance Abuse, representatives of member states of the hemisphere, staff of the National Council on Substance Abuse, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, joining in person and virtually, good morning. Welcome to the 26th meeting of CICAD's Demand Reduction Experts Group, organized by the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, CICAD, and Organization of American States, OAS, with Barbados chairing this meeting and Chile as the vice chair. I am Mosiah Hoyt, counselor at the National Council on Substance Abuse and your master of ceremonies for the conference. You are reminded that simultaneous interpretations are offered in English on Channel 1, French Channel 2, Portuguese Channel 3, Spanish Channel 4. Those joining us virtually can select the language of your preference at the bottom of your screen. And we commence with the opening ceremony, and I welcome our chair of the Board of the National Council on Substance Abuse, Mr. Hadford Howell, to offer welcome remarks. Chair.
Honourable Wilfred Abrams, Member of Parliament, Senior Counsel, Minister of Home Affairs and Information. Ms. Wendy Odell, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ms. Angela Crowdy, Executive Secretary, Acting CICAD. Ms. Emina Kalowski, Demand Reduction Unit Chief, CICAD. Ms. Maria Hines, Chief Inter-American Observatory on Drugs. Ms. Erica Watson, Local OAS Office. Ms. Francisca Valdez and Ms. Carolina Abanbida, representatives of Chile, Vice Chair of the 26th meeting of DREX, CICAD. Representatives of the Barbados Police Service and Barbados Defense Force, meeting participants, Mrs. Betty Hunt, Manager, National Council on Substance Abuse, Mr. Troy Wickham, Deputy Manager, Directors and Staff, National Council on Substance Abuse, specially invited guests, including our virtual participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A pleasant good morning to everyone. I am delighted to welcome you to Barbados and to the 26th meeting of CICAD's Demand Reduction Experts Group, DREX, with Barbados as chair and host of this meeting. Its government and people are especially our National Council on Substance Abuse team are very happy that you have joined us. We are keen to make this a most productive and rewarding meeting. We're designated experts in the development of drug demand and reduction, public policies and programs. We will present, share, and exchange views. The three-day meeting is therefore significant. The National Council on Substance Abuse activities throughout 2025 fell under the theme of strengthening prevention, the desire and need to help our countrymen and women to resist, avoid, or at least reduce the inclination to pursue substance abuse activity must be maintained if we are to achieve the goal of protecting and preserving our societies. This goal is something we all share in our efforts to push back on the new developing trends identified from research and published in our various reports. On behalf of all participants, I thank the CICAD team in Washington and our NCSA team here in Barbados for so ably conducting all preparations for this meeting. Right up to this morning, a collaborative approach was necessary and essential. This was ably demonstrated by committed interagency collaboration, which is much appreciated and has resulted in what you see today and will experience over the next 3 days. I am confident that the arrangements made, both of a work and social nature, will be successfully executed and meet with participants' approval. A special shout out, as we say in Barbados, to Mr. Alfonso Abarca, specialist and coordinator of this 26 DREX meeting, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person, but is certainly joining us virtually and, of course, in spirit. Our friendship and message to go out to you, Alfonso. Participants are invited to join us on Wednesday evening for a Bajan Welcome Cultural Night Out. Welcome again to one and all. Thank you.
Chair. We continue with remarks from the Acting Executive Secretary of the Executive Secretariat at the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, an organization of American states, Ms. Angela Crowdy.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Honourable Wilfred Abrams, Minister of Home Affairs and Information of Barbados, Ms. Wendy Odell, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Home Affairs and Information, Mrs. Betty Hunt, Manager of the National Council on Substance Abuse of Barbados and CICAD Commissioner, Mr. Hadfar Howell, NCA Chairman and author, Dr. Natalia Rifo, National Director of the National Service for the Prevention and Rehabilitation of Drug and Alcohol Consumption, SENDA, of Chile, and Dr. Francisca Oblitas, representing the Vice Chair of Demand Reduction Experts Group, distinguished delegates from OAS member states, commissioners, experts, members of the media, participants and colleagues. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the 26th meeting of CICAD's Demand Reduction Experts Group on behalf of the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, CICAD, of the Organization of American States. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude for the invaluable technical and logistical support received in making this meeting possible from the Government of Barbados, through the Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, and I thank you, Minister, and for the dedicated team at the National Council on Substance Abuse, all of you at NCSA, led by Ms. Betty Hunt, Manager. Thank you all so very much. Thank you also for your genuine warmth and outstanding hospitality, characteristic of Barbados, and much appreciated. Minister, I remember when we last met here in Bridgetown in August 2023, nearly 2 years ago to this very day, when I was here for the opening of a workshop on the National Early Warning System on drugs. During our discussion, you expressed a keen interest in our programming and particularly in demand reduction. I recall your concern over drug use by youth, and we discussed the importance of effective prevention media campaigns which could contribute to the health and security of adolescents and a healthy lifestyle for all. Your impressive commitment and your dedication to the issue of drug demand reduction led to the candidacy of Barbados to chair this prestigious group, and so we are here today. I thank you, Minister, Thank you for bringing the leadership of this group to the Caribbean. I would also like to express my gratitude for the voluntary financial contribution from the Government of Barbados, provided through the NCSA, which made possible the in-person attendance of many delegates and presenters at this meeting, as well as the incredible support and coordination. The incredible support and coordination by Mrs. Betty Hunt and her team. Betty, I can't see you because of all the lights. Betty? There you are. Betty, we were talking about this meeting continuously in Vienna this year. You were very attentive to every detail, despite the grueling jet lag we had. And the very fact that this meeting has been in person and not solely virtual is thanks to your efforts, your persistence, and your outstanding coordination, and I applaud you. The Hemispheric Drug Strategy of the OAS and its corresponding plan of action are our main reference documents, and they include robust language on prevention, treatment, and recovery support, as well as other demand reduction measures. Drug use is addressed as a complex, multi-causal, and dynamic social problem that requires an intersectorial, evidence-based public health approach. For these reasons, CICAD's demand reduction strategies, programs, and projects have been adapting to new and changing scenarios with effective regional and sub-regional actions related to prevention, treatment, and recovery support. Minister, as you will recall, 2 years ago, we spoke of a study CICAD was planning to carry out on synthetic drugs in a number of Caribbean countries, including Barbados. Some highlights from that study are telling us that synthetic drugs are not the most problematic substances in the region, but their rise in popularity, especially in party events and music festivals since 2018, has surprised some authorities. Also, young people are particularly susceptible to synthetic drugs. Traffickers of these substances have exploited legal loopholes in some countries. Many users are unaware that the substances that they are using either are synthetic drugs or contain synthetic drugs. Current treatment services are insufficiently specialized to respond to demands for treatment from clients with substance use disorders caused by synthetic drugs. Forensic capacities in some countries, along with others in the wider Caribbean, are severely lacking, with many countries struggling to identify synthetic drugs due to outdated testing protocols and equipment. And early warning systems on drugs, the EWS, are essential for a coordinated response to synthetic drugs. Betty, as we've spoken to before, the Barbados EWS is an excellent example for other countries to emulate. And we thank the EWS team for extending horizontal cooperation and support to several countries in the Caribbean that are working to develop their own systems. Allow me now to briefly highlight the work of CICAD's demand reduction programming in some of the most relevant priority and focus areas. For example, training. We do a lot of training. I'd like to highlight the training on the Universal Prevention Curriculum, the UPC, and the Universal Treatment Curriculum, UTC, for Latin America and the Caribbean. This includes the treatment of women and the treatment for adolescents, as well as prevention strategies aimed at youth. The development and implementation of the drug prevention treatment and recovery curriculum for faith-based organizations to strengthen their capacity to address the problematic use of drugs with evidence-based strategies. The establishment of a network of treatment centers for women in Latin America and the Caribbean, which provides education and support focused on the importance of developing specific treatment programs for women. The Youth Forum, a program to support youth-led drug use prevention and mental health initiatives in schools and community settings. The important discussions that we've been having about stigma associated with drug dependence through various webinars and in-person meetings. The collaboration and coordinated work with international networks such as the International Consortium of Universities for Drug Demand Reduction and the Latin American and Caribbean national chapters of the International Society of Substance Use Professionals, ISUP, and the collaboration with civil society, such as the Latin American Federation of Therapeutic Communities, FLACT, and the Ibero-American Network of Non-Governmental Organizations working on drugs and addictions, RIOD. May I again take this opportunity to thank and recognize the work undertaken by Barbados as chair of the experts group, together with Chile as vice chair, in preparing a rich agenda which includes the health impacts of synthetic drugs, especially among the youth and vulnerable communities, the support for women with substance use disorders, the importance of addressing treatment and recovery for adolescents, the impact of trauma and chronic stress as a risk of developing substance use disorders, and the rising concern about youth vaping. I look forward to interesting and rich discussions. I thank the delegates, the moderators, the interpreters, the presenters, and all participants, both in person and virtual, for being part of this important meeting for the Hemisphere. Finally, I'd like to thank Ms. Erica Watson from our OAS office here in Barbados, as well as CICAD's Demand Reduction Unit, headed by Jimena Kalowski, for all your efforts in organizing this important meeting in Bridgetown, Barbados. I would especially like to thank our friend and colleague, Alfonso Abarca, who unfortunately was unable to travel to Barbados yesterday. May I recognize not only the months of preparation he undertook for this particular meeting, but I would also like to thank him for his years at CICAD as he prepares for retirement next year. This will indeed be his last demand reduction experts group, and no doubt one he will remember as he looks back on his greatest accomplishments. Wishing you a speedy recovery, Alfonso. Que te mejores pronto y te extrañamos acá. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowdy. Joining us virtually to offer remarks is Natalia Alonso, representing the Vice Chair of the Demand Reduction Experts Group and National Director of the National Service for the Prevention and Rehabilitation of Drug and Alcohol Consumption, Chile.
Muy buenos días a todas y todos. En primer lugar, quisiera expresar nuestro más sincero agradecimiento al Consejo Nacional sobre el Abuso de Sustancias y al Gobierno de Barbados por la cálida acogida y por la excelente organización de este 26º encuentro del Grupo de Expertos en Reducción de la Demanda. Asimismo, reconocemos y valoramos el rol de CICAD por mantener estos espacios de diálogo técnico que son tan valiosos para los Estados. Gracias a ellos podemos compartir aprendizajes, fortalecer capacidades y avanzar en políticas de drogas más humanas, eficaces y centradas en las personas. Como Chile, compartimos la convicción de que la reducción de la demanda de drogas es un desafío complejo que exige respuestas integrales, sostenidas y cooperativas. En este sentido, los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y la Agenda 2030 constituyen una hoja de ruta valiosa para nuestra región que no es la más pobre del mundo, pero sí la más desigual, en donde la reducción de la demanda de drogas requiere de una mirada integral que reconozca no solo sus dimensiones sanitarias, sino también sociales, de género, de derechos humanos y de desarrollo. Sabemos que persisten desafíos importantes en nuestra región, muchos de los cuales estarán presentes en la agenda de trabajo de este encuentro. La necesidad de ampliar el acceso a tratamientos basados en evidencia, de reducir el estigma hacia quienes se encuentran en procesos de recuperación, de responder con enfoque de género, de fortalecer la prevención desde una lógica de sistema y comunitaria, y de abordar el fenómeno emergente de las drogas sintéticas. Estos temas no solo son prioritarios para nuestros países, sino que también nos interpelan a cooperar más, a innovar y a construir respuestas que pongan al centro la dignidad de las personas. Por eso valoramos profundamente que CICAD siga impulsando estos espacios y reiteramos la importancia de que continúen fortaleciéndose. Finalmente, quiero compartir con ustedes que el próximo año Chile asumirá con orgullo la presidencia de este grupo de expertos. Sabemos que Barbados ha dejado una vara alta y desde ya felicitamos su conducción y asumimos el desafío con compromiso y vocación de trabajo conjunto. Muchas gracias y les deseo una jornada de trabajo muy productiva.
At this time, I yield the lectern to our Minister of Home Affairs and Education, Wilfred Abrams, who will be representing the chair of the Demand Reduction Experts Group, and he is the Minister of Home Affairs and Information here in Barbados. Sir, over to you.
Good morning. I am not even going to attempt the protocol list, not because I don't have it in front of me, but because there's some names there that I know I will mispronounce, and I cannot afford for that to go viral. So allow me to start by saying welcome, missing a note. Let's try that again. Allow me to say welcome to all of you. I know we're here for the serious matter of a conference on drug demand reduction, but for all who are coming from overseas, you cannot land in Barbados, attend a conference for 3 days in Barbados, and don't experience Barbados. There's a lot to offer. If Troy, over there who's drinking the water, has not yet advised you of the things that you must do in Barbados, then we will have to fire him, Betty. But Troy is the social coordinator, so all who want to know what to do in Barbados, Troy, put it in your hand. Just speak to Troy. From those who are attending virtually, then I invite you to go on YouTube and Google Barbados and just look at all the pictures of the nice beaches and regret that you're not here in person. So, I was going to try to address all of you in your native languages. So we start by saying buenos dias, bonjour, buongiorno, good morning. However, I think that might be impractical to do the whole speech like that, so I'll stop right there. Not because I can't do it, and I've exhausted my capacity in foreign languages, but because it's just easier for one translator to just handle it from there. So, as I said, welcome to all of you. It is indeed a great pleasure to address you briefly on what is the culmination of a process which began in December 2023 at the 74th regular session of CICAD, when I had the honor of being present as Barbados accepted the candidacy of the vice chair of the group of experts on demand reduction. Unfortunately, my business duties here prevented me from being present on the assumption of the chairmanship, but I understand from all reports that my colleague, Corey Lane, held the flag high for Barbados during the 76th session held in November last year, and I thank Corey for that. At the outset, I want to thank the Executive Secretariat of the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, CICAD, for the support which it has lent to the hemisphere, but in particular to Barbados over the years. Ms. Angela Crowdy, Executive Secretary, Ms. Jamina Kalwaski, Chief of Demand Reduction Unit, and the team have all worked assiduously with Barbados to make this event a success. Angela, in particular, I want to thank you. We met a couple of years ago, and your enthusiasm and your willingness to share your experiences, your thoughts, and let us think outside the box is what actually has us here at this point in time. That was a turning point for me, I guess, in my appreciation of the fact that although we come from many different countries, our concerns are largely the same. And while what you may experience might not be what I experience, some of your policies, some of your processes, some of your methods can be adapted for us locally to help us along the way. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can actually just get on the train when it's moving. So Angela, I thank you entirely for your support. You can clap for Angela, please. Together, today, we confront a truth that touches every corner of our society: drug abuse. Drug abuse does not simply ruin health, it hijacks lives. Many people caught in the grip of addiction resort to theft, fraud, or trafficking just to feed their habit. And then there are the crimes which might have been committed under the influence: violent outbursts, reckless decisions, moments of madness where judgment entirely disappears. In Barbados, the latest report published by the Barbados Drug Information Network, BARDIN, indicated that males and persons aged 40 and under are the persons who are presenting across agencies as persons struggling with significant challenges of drug abuse. I also want to refer very early in these brief moments to remarks attributed to the NCSA in the local press that really underscores the negative and far-reaching impacts of drug use. Substance abuse isn't just a physical health issue, but also impacts mental health and social stability. We must now candidly recognize that the deliberate procedures embodied in present efforts to control drug abuse are not sufficient in themselves. We recognize that any new strategy must increase efforts to tackle drug addiction as well as drug crime. The global availability of drugs is higher than ever before in history. And it is not enough to work only at the source and destination points. I saw something on CNN over the weekend which showed a very low-profile boat. The boat was almost on level with the surface of the water, and it was intercepted by the US Coast Guard. And they didn't know what it was initially. When they gained entry into the vessel, inside was the most sophisticated set of electronics possible. That was a drug submarine. It was remotely controlled. Our thoughts on how we intercept, how we police, how we tackle this scourge have to change with the times. You're no longer looking for two men in a go-fast boat. The criminals and those who are pushing are on the cutting edge of technology. And if we are to combat, then we have to get there as well. The Caribbean is a transit route in the drug chain, and we must guard against the risk of turning to the drugs trade as an economic buffer. When we start our drug prevention education messaging early, we can provide information on which people who are the most vulnerable and who need the impetus to make better choices with respect to refraining from illicit drug use. We can target them. The earlier we start the messaging, the more effective the message. We have to reach them young, and we have to reach them in ways that they can understand. I am particularly concerned about the impacts of the new psychoactive substances which have been found to be present in Barbados. The introduction of synthetic drugs has added a new dimension to the issue. As much of a paradise as we are, Barbados is not immune to these challenges. The society pays a significant cost due to people abusing substances such as drugs and alcohol. Illicit drug use is a serious concern since it poses significant health challenges. While on the one hand, use of drugs and alcohol is increasing, on the other hand, we find that social taboos, emphasis on self-restraint, discipline inherent in a joint family system, and the traditional moorings which grounded us for so many years are eroding. So we have way more access to drugs and alcohol, and way less of a community and a family support to help persons who actually need help and intervention. Therefore, there's an urgent need to continue to provide a whole range of community-based services for the identification, counseling, and de-addiction of addicts, along with their aftercare and rehabilitation. Generating continuous and sustained awareness through innovative methods about the harmful effects of drug abuse also assumes critical importance. In this regard, I have instructed the National Council on Substance Abuse to engage in a national billboard campaign to inform about the dangers inherent in illicit drug use. And the campaign will be launched this week. I believe we should be able to show you some of the billboards before we go. And we've gone out on a limb with this one. The messaging had to be sharp, it had to be pointed, and it had to shock. because anything less than that fails to get the message across. There's no easy and gentle and polite way to depict the dangers that are present through illegal and illicit drug use. Some persons probably will object to the posters. Some persons may say they've gone a little bit too far. I say if you get to that point, that means you've noticed them and we've done our job. Our Honorable Prime Minister has publicly stated her view that zero tolerance for guns and drug abuse must not only be engaged and articulated by law enforcement, but also across our society, in our institutions, in our homes, and indeed, yes, on our blocks. But pragmatically, she has also acknowledged, like most of us would, that the abuse of drugs is also something we have to deal with as a society, a whole of society approach. She further challenged us to confront this issue of the illegal carrying and use of guns in our country and the escalating use and abuse of drugs and alcohol, and not just focus on drugs. We confront and talk about everything else in Barbados, everything else. So why not when we see the signs of wrong? As you, I'm presupposing that you will get out and go around the country. As you go around the country, just start to count. Anecdotally, it is said that we have more retail facilities selling alcohol per capita than anywhere else in the world. When you drive and you identify a church, look closely. There is a rum shop close by. It is a feature of our Barbadian life. When you get in certain districts, you see a rum shop here and one right next door. And they're both making money. Each one has their own clientele. Almost every single gas station in Barbados sells alcohol. So the opportunity is there. We need to accept some things are in our culture, and some things are culturally acceptable. But culturally acceptable also contemplates moderation. It is not culturally acceptable to be blind drunk on the street. It is not culturally acceptable for children to use alcohol. So while these things are part, I guess, of our culture, we still need to protect those who can't protect themselves and get the message across. And so we are faced with mitigating the harms caused by substance abuse and in particular illicit drug use. I do not believe that drug policy must choose between protecting health through drug control or ensuring law and order by liberalizing drugs. Forward-thinking governments can and must ensure both health as well as security. And there's a growing consensus that supports this view. In the past couple of years, countries where drug policies have been relatively permissive have been rethinking these attitudes as larger threats emerge. Conversely, countries that have been previously focused on measures specifically designed to control supply now also recognize the merits of prevention, treatment, and care of addicts. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to managing this scourge. We must be real and honest about the particularities and nuances of our individual societies and tweak the learning and policies to fit our reality. Tailor the suit to fit the person. I believe in light humor to get the point across. I would normally do this with a full demonstration, but I'm very aware that our national TV station is there. And while if it was confined to this room, I have no problem acting it out. I have to be aware it may go further than here. So I'll try to describe it. A man went to a tailor and asked him to make him a suit. And the tailor measured him. He had the suit for an important occasion. He was going to an interview. And the tailor told him the suit was ready. When the man went to get the suit and took it home, one sleeve was too short, one leg was too short, the buttons weren't properly aligned, right? And a shoulder was longer than the other one. So, there's no way to do this. So the man went limping down the road, kind of like this. And somebody said, "Oh my goodness, what an unfortunate man. I feel sorry for him. But at least he had a good tailor." It's all a matter of perspective from where you stand. And if we don't measure and define and create our policies to suit our particular environment, we may be trying to make a problem fit into a box where the solution cannot easily come from. I want to say one other thing. That young lady you see right there has just done, I think, perhaps one of the best documentaries we've ever produced in Barbados. Her name is Chantal Evelyn. Chantal came to myself and Betty maybe a year and a half ago and said that she wanted to go undercover in Nelson Street. That's our red light district. She wanted to get the stories of people. She wanted to go to where they were, see what they experienced, to get a better understanding to help us shape our policies. If you know Chantal, Chantal is the most upright person possible. So I had problems envisioning Chantal undercover as an addict or a worker. But Chantal did, and Chantal went undercover there with them, experiencing with them for I think over 2 weeks. I made sure that she called in every single day just to make sure I could hear her sounding not affected by anything. But at the end of it, Chantal produced a documentary. A lot of us think of addiction in the abstract. We have a disconnected perspective on it. What her documentary showed were persons and characters that all of us in Barbados know. We have seen them on the street. We don't know why they do what they do. We don't know the story behind some of the antics that some of them display. We just don't know. We write them off as being another addict, another paro, somebody that we should either try to help or try to ignore. But the success of this documentary was that in it humanized the crisis. It gave the backstory. The persons were comfortable and they told their story. They told their story of when it started, how it started, who supported them, who did not, the efforts they've made to get help. Some are back on the wagon, some fell off the wagon, and the struggles that they have up to this day. So I now cannot pass one of the same persons without actually thinking about their story, right? One of them talked about the first time they had a date, and I cannot look at that person and think that anybody would actually date them. I can't think of them as a 16-year-old person with a boyfriend, right? Or an 18-year-old person about to go in university, because all we know is the unfortunate person who's hit rock bottom. So that has also informed an approach we have to take, because every one of the persons who was interviewed got addicted on the first go. Every single one. And the children need to understand it only takes one. It is not that you can try it and then decide that you're going to stand back from it. It's not that you're going to try it twice and decide that you're strong enough to resist it. It is a case that we need to send a message to them that you cannot even risk trying it at all. The pictures of some of these persons before as compared to the pictures of them now. The pictures when they were young with their families as compared to the videos of them living out their life just going for the next hit. It was one of the most impactful things I've ever seen. I'm going to ask Betty and the ANCSA to try to share it with you all so you get some perspective on it. It has impacted already the way that we are approaching our policies in Barbados. It has impacted already the way we perceive treatment, and it has impacted definitely the posters and the billboards that we're putting out and the messaging. So having diverted so far off script, I therefore call upon you as strategic stakeholders to strive to address the problem in a holistic and sensitive manner. Let us each contribute to prevent and reduce the damage caused by the problem of alcoholism and drug abuse, so that we can move further ahead towards building healthier and happier societies. I acknowledge and I applaud the hard work of the National Council on Substance Abuse in Barbados and the other agencies, both governmental and non-governmental, in their program outreach. But again, I exhort the NCSA to continue to work on the articulation of a policy document which would outline an actionable and sustainable interagency approach to this problem. Together, we can build communities. Prevention isn't a program. Prevention is rather an informed way of life. I thank you all. Au revoir.
Thank you, Minister Abrams, for your remarks. Mr. Howell, Ms. Crowdy, Ms. Alonso, and Minister Abrams, you have definitely set the tone for the 3 days that we will be meeting. So thank you so much. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our opening ceremony. And I ask you now to join the head table for your photograph. Will that be inside or on the outside? It's on the outside, yes. So you join the head table on the outside. Kerry, raise your hand. He will be leading that exercise. So thank you for joining us. And now you go off to take the photo, followed by the coffee break, and we'll be back in at 10:30 sharp for the beginning of the second half of the morning. I have a trusty bell here that I intend to use. So when you hear it, ooh, not effective there. When you hear that at least 3 times, you have 5 minutes to wrap it all up and join me back in the room. All right, so I'll get you accustomed. That's the signal. Ladies and gentlemen, after the photo and the break, we'll see you at 10:30.
I love you more.
Just some housekeeping matters before we continue. Bathrooms. Bathrooms are located to the left. When you exit, you proceed along the corridor. Your 2 brown doors at the end of the corridor. Those are the bathrooms. Alternately, you can make the left into the lobby. Then your first right, gentlemen, the bathroom is right there on the left. That's a little confusing. The bathroom is there on the left. And ladies, as you proceed along the corridor, the bathroom is right before the secretariat to your left. Good. Wi-Fi access. The ID is ACRA. The password is guest access, GUEST, all lowercase. And again, the headset receivers, English channel 1, French channel 2, Portuguese channel 3, Spanish channel 4. And for security reasons, the headsets will not carry the translations if you leave the room. And please be sure to leave your headsets at the desk and chairs at the end of each day. I've been asked to remind those there's an area for smoking. When you exit the lobby, to the left, there's a bench, a designated area for smoking. So let's get into the meat of the matter. We start with the review of today's agenda. And to do this, I invite Betty Hunt, Chair of the Demand Reduction Expert Group, Manager of the National Council on Substance Abuse, Barbados. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you. Good morning to all of our participants. It is really wonderful to see you all, and I stand on a promise that this will be the best demand reduction meeting ever, Barbados style. And to make that a reality, as we start this morning, Emena, who is the head of the demand reduction section at CICAD, she will give us an update on CICAD's drug demand reduction programs and projects, and she'll share with us challenges and lessons learned. And coming right out of that, we'll have our first panel. Minister spoke to new psychoactive substances, and that panel will be introduced later. That panel will look at this whole business of the synthetic surge and how designer drugs are reshaping our drug landscape and their impact on health, especially among youth and vulnerable communities. We then break for lunch after what I know will be an interesting discussion. And right after lunch, remember that, we have our second panel, and that will look at something that really is emerging as a challenge, and we really have to wrap our heads around it in this part of the hemisphere, and that is providing recovery support for women with substance use disorders. And immediately following that, another section of our demographic that we really have to look at, which is panel 3, and adolescent treatment and recovery, what is working best. And I hope for those two panels especially that we get the opportunity to share our best practices, to put our ideas on the table so that when we leave here on little thing that we can carry back to our respective territories. And then on Wednesday, we start on time at 9 o'clock, right here again, and we look at a kind of new topic that is emerging for us, and this is the whole issue of trauma and the impact of trauma and chronic stress, the risk of developing a substance use disorder, and how to prevent that outcome. Again, very new, and a lot of us do not have systems in place to respond to persons who are suffering from trauma, who have gone through trauma, and so that will be interesting as well. That also will be followed by something new and innovative, and I want to thank Grenada and Jamaica for proposing this. They have both gone one step ahead of, I think, the other Caribbean countries and have conducted actual studies on vaping. So they will share the results of those studies, the rising concern about youth vaping. So we'll get the results from Jamaica and Grenada, so I'm really looking forward to that. Right after that then, once we have lunch, we are looking at something that I want to thank Vice Chair Francisca and Emena for really pushing this. And this is, we plan so many interventions. What really works best in prevention? And so for the first time that I recall, we will have the demand reduction meeting broken up into a workshop. So that workshop starts with that. That is ably led by Francisca, and that will go over into Thursday as well. So we look forward to that. Before we get to the workshop on Thursday, I want to implore you to have fun on Wednesday night, but not too much fun. You cannot come back here again, 9 o'clock on Thursday morning. So for those persons, and I hope all of you join us on Wednesday night, we have an exciting evening planned for you, 6 until 9. Please make sure you see the secretariat. The representatives are here. Paulavette, can you raise your hand? Laura is here. Can you find one? And Makeda, make sure you indicate because our transportation will be here. That transportation will be here between 5:30 and 5:45. I'll let you know the time right after we meet. We also have a contribution on Thursday from the Pan American Health Organization on drug demand reduction. We look at the results of the evaluation of a program called Building Families. And the next topic on the agenda is very useful. Normally at settings like these, we find a lot of governmental agencies Of course, that is different in the English-speaking Caribbean. We know that in Latin America, South America, they utilize a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations in this field. And so we've invited two NGOs to present to us. So they will be here to speak about their work in demand reduction, and probably we can come up with how best we can work along with the NGOs and with civil society to really move forward this agenda of drug demand reduction. Barbados will then present some recommendations for the way forward. I think those may have been circulated by now, and we'd really appreciate some robust feedback on that, so that for each country, as Minister said, it's not a one-size-fits-all. It has to make sense for each country. So I'd like for you to review those recommendations ahead of the session, so that when we do start to discuss, we come up with best practices and something that each country can take back and work on. And finally, we'll have our conclusion and our closing remarks. And I'm sure I could probably give the closing remarks right now. Thank you for an excellent, wonderful conference. It went well, everybody enjoyed, but no. We will have our conclusions, our recommendations for the way forward, and I really do hope that at the end of this workshop, if nothing else, do not let it be another session where we meet and where we talk. I know it is difficult to get resources, and when those resources come, they seem to disappear rather quickly. But if we can work towards what is the reality in each of our member states, then we're better positioned to move forward this whole issue of drug demand reduction. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hunt, for your comprehensive review of the agenda for the 3 days that we have here. We go straight into an update on CICAD's drug demand reduction programs and projects, challenges, and the lessons learned. And to facilitate this session, we have Jimena Kalowski, Demand Reduction Unit Chief at CICAD Executive Secretariat. Ms. Kalowski.
Muchas gracias. Voy a mantenerme aquí sentada porque es un poco largo. Voy a tratar de no alargarme. You can use your headphones. Vamos a probar cómo está la interpretación. Intentaré no hablar muy rápido para facilitar el trabajo de las intérpretes, pero es un problema con los chilenos. Bueno, en relación a reducción de la demanda, voy a esperar mientras van poniendo mi presentación. Tenemos varios proyectos que están en marcha durante bastante tiempo. Ángela mencionó varios de ellos en su saludo inicial, y hemos estado trabajando en varios aspectos. Uno tiene que ver con todo el entrenamiento, las capacitaciones que hemos estado realizando, UTC, UPC, Woman Wise, que es el de mujeres que han estado en contacto con sustancias, y también el currículum para organizaciones basadas en la fe. No sé, ¿hay algún problema con mi presentación?
Everything is good, or are you following my presentation? Is everything all good? Yes, all good. Oh, please put up my presentation. That's the problem. We don't see my presentation on the screens. Can you put up my presentation, please?
My presentation first, and after the web. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll do
Next, please.
Thank you. Next slide,
Next
please.
slide.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Entonces,
So,
mantenemos los trainings.
we have these trainings, as I was saying,
continuado trabajando en iniciativas globales.
and we've also been working on global
También seguimos
initiatives,
trabajando con
and we continue to work with
iniciativas dirigidas a los
initiatives
jóvenes.
for young
Por
people,
supuesto, las reuniones del grupo de expertos.
and we
Next
have
slide, please.
the expert group meetings as well. Next slide, please.
Ahí.
There. So, as I was saying, we have been continued to work on these global initiatives such as ISAP and the ICUDDR. ISAP is seeking to link professionals for the drug demand reduction, and the ICUDDR is the consortium of universities. So what we've been doing is strengthening the network of these universities through this consortium. And we also continue to work with different trainings on the Universal Prevention and Universal Treatment Curriculum, the UPC and the UTC. And we also have training for health professionals. And then we have the Adolescents Treatment Curriculum. And we have the curriculum for the WISE program to help women who are suffering with substance use disorders and trauma. So we will be hearing about this program more in one of our panel sessions, and also the development of a curriculum for faith-based organizations. As regards young people, we have been working on several initiatives. SAD, which is a new program that's being piloted in some of the Caribbean countries. This is a program for Students Against Dangerous Decisions, SAD. And we also have the Adolescents Treatment Program, which is taking place in some Caribbean countries and throughout the region. And then we also have the Youth Forum, which we're hoping to have a Spanish version of this forum, because so far we've been having these fora in English. And then we also have the Media-Based Prevention Program, and we've had different versions of this. So let me speak a little bit about the faith-based curriculum. This is a curriculum which we been developing with the support of the Latin American and Caribbean Episcopal Council, CELAM. And it's a curriculum which is for faith-based organizations, for priests, for catechists who are in the region, and often families go to them for help. And they have the tools, they have the knowledge to help guide these persons who are affected or whose families are affected by drug abuse or the problematic use of drugs. Also, the objective of this training is, after the training, to establish a network of local faith-based organizations who can offer guidance and who can also support those persons who have a lot of different psychosocial problems, so that they can be supported with food, housing, and counseling. Often people don't ask for help because they don't know how to do this. They don't have the documents. They can't access hospital shops. So we're hoping that we can establish these programs in the different countries to support this type of work, because these are people who are marginalized outside the system, so they're a lot harder to reach them. And also, I'd like to say that we've had a pilot project, and now we are establishing replicas in some of the countries. We are going to review the project and then have a more official launch with the support of the Vatican. And we're going to be also dealing with this demand reduction in the region. And then I'd like to speak a little about the WISE program. We have a curriculum for women who have been exposed to substance abuse. And many of the people who have this problematic use of drugs are included. And it's also a flexible curriculum, and is aimed mainly at women. And then we have the project from Pereira, which is called Dos Quebradas. It is a project where we have implemented among several organizations in Colombia, in the municipality of Pereira, which is an area, I don't know if all, but where we have many of the programs to evaluate the changes and the progress that we have made in this area of drug demand reduction. This is a project that we've had to end early, but I'll talk a little bit more about this later. But what was good about this program is that I think that with the organization of all the organizations with whom we've been working in this territory, with UNODC, where Maria Mercedes has been working with us, and CICAD has been, and Colombo Plan, organizations also from Colombia, like the Ministry of Justice and Health, that have been supporting us as well. And through all this support, we have made significant progress in these two municipalities in terms of our prevention efforts and treatment, and we have built capacity, and we have facilitated work among the community, grassroots, so that we can approach and seek solutions to these problems. So also we have international cooperation, and we attend to several fora with the United Nations, PAHO, World Health Organization, CARICOM as well, and also with the FLAC, which is the Latin American Federation of Therapeutic Communities, and we've also worked on quality standards for the therapeutic communities, and we've also worked with the RIOD, working on drug, and we've worked with Copolar as well. So, and this expert group, we held the meeting in Brazil, and this year we're under the presidency of Barbados, so the chair and the vice chair is Chile. And let us remind you of the invitation to the rest of the countries so that you can present your bidding or offer yourself to be the vice chair when Chile assumes the chair of this demand reduction experts group. So, before I conclude, I just need one more slide, please. Let's wait 1 second, because I want to talk about work that we're carrying out in Chile. They have a prevention program, which is called Continuous Prevention, which includes a number of courses for schools, and it's a program that has a great methodology and great execution. We have signed an agreement with Chile, and they are going to share their program with the rest of the countries. And right now we're reviewing and adapting the program, the language. We're now reviewing the language, not Spanish, but the language. So it is the program is written in Chilean Spanish. So first we have to adapt the language, amend the language for this program so that it would be available for all the different countries. So first we'll have the Spanish version, and then hopefully we will have the English version. So I'm just waiting to show you the final slide on this program so you can see it on the screen. But this also has to do with lessons learned. I have carried out a review, not exhaustive, but of the main projects that we're working with. And there are many other projects that I haven't mentioned that are rather initiatives from specific countries that we are supporting. But nevertheless, we are now experiencing a situation where there's a lack of funding, quite a significant lack of funding. Our main donor for these projects has had a change of policy, and therefore we are not going to have funding. Maybe not for all, but for almost all, we won't have funding of our projects. So that's some bad news. But the good news is that we have each other. We have all the different drug commissions. And the idea is that in some way we're going to have to see how we can sustain our work and introduce or do work that we haven't been able to complete by establishing strategies which has more to do with our priorities and not with donors. So we are now working with different bodies for their support so that we can continue to execute our programs. Let me go back, please. Let's go back to that first page. But the situation at this time is very worrying because indeed we don't want to go backwards. We don't want to lose the progress that we have achieved in all of our countries. So, so what I have here, we have different initiatives that are not reflected here, but we see a lot of the work in terms of technical work that we, or technical support that we've had to put on pause. And we have been able to maintain some of the projects for a few more months, but this, we're going to have to put an end to these as well in the next few months. So what we are doing great work at facing all these challenges. So my challenge to you, bless you, during our discussions to see how we can continue with our work without this funding. Bless you. So how can we continue the work that we've been carrying out? And I would like to also highlight all of the support that we've had from Barbados, because we got this news when we were beginning to organize this 26th meeting, and Barbados has been great support and has enabled the organization of this meeting. So from the very first day, Barbados said, don't worry, we're going to work with you, we're going to carry this forward. And here we are, and it has been a great pleasure to work with Barbados, and they have been such an amazing support with the agenda and all of the issues that we're going to be discussing at this meeting. So do you have the slide? We're trying to solve an access problem. If not, tomorrow before the workshop, I'll be able to show you this, okay? So we don't want to, waste any more time. Let me see what the technicians are saying. I'm not hearing. It seems that the website is blocked. They've just unblocked the website. But okay, let's put this for tomorrow, okay, Carol? Let's put it off for tomorrow. Oh, just one more minute and then we'll see this slide. As I was saying then, okay, it's ready, great. So let me show you this slide. There you have it. Can you put on the video, please? Videos in Spanish, so I'll do
Es
my
una
best.
estrategia de prevención universal del consumo de alcohol y otras drogas para estudiantes de todo el ciclo escolar. Este programa busca desarrollar competencias para fortalecer los factores protectores
and reduce the risk associated with the use of substances. It has 3 strategies for all the different levels of schooling, discovering the great treasure, we learn to grow and take decisions. Also, the program allows students to identify their abilities and their strengths, to take more informed decisions, and have the tools so that they can build their own opinions. Did you know that continuous prevention is online? This format allows us to generate new forms of interaction between students and teachers. Moreover, it promotes a greater commitment by parents, mothers, fathers, adults for the prevention of the consumption of drugs and alcohol. It also facilitates the whole process of registration and monitoring of the implementation of the program for the authorities and teachers in the different schools. And to become a part of this prevention program, the educational institution should contact the regional authority of Senda. Moreover, the authority needs to sign a commitment letter with Senda. What are you waiting on? Because prevention is a job for all of us. So, message from the government of Chile. Thank you so much for that. So, as you can see, this is a program that is an online format, but you can also have an offline format. And it offers us a whole series of prevention activities. And this is the difficulty that we have, that often we have a program in one school year and then the following academic year we have nothing. So what this allows is a continuity of this program, and it also allows that those who are executing the program, such as the Drug Commission, the Ministry of Education, can monitor the progress and see where these programs are being executed, what the progress made by the different units, what are the schools that are implementing this program, which schools are not yet implementing it. It is a great strategy for monitoring and evaluation, which is something that is lacking in the execution of our program. So once again, thank you to Chile for their generosity in sharing this program, which they have been developing for many years. They've been fine-tuning for many years, and they have been really kind in sharing this program so that we can tailor it to meet the needs of the different countries in this region. As I was pointing out, the invitation, therefore, at this moment is for us in our discussion and analysis to see how can we continue working on our projects and programs, because of course we need technical assistance in this region. We need to continue, and it's important to continue making progress, working with women, young people, stigma, homeless persons, prisoners. So we have many needs, and we have been able to satisfy some of these needs through our program, but we believe that we need to therefore continue these programs, and we have to put our minds together to see how we can continue, how we can move forward with these programs, because this will be something that will strengthen us as a region. So, because CICAD belongs to us, to each one of our countries, and we have this responsibility towards our people, our citizens, to continue to improve our work. And so this is a really important contribution to the region. So this is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Tenemos un tiempo para discusión. ¿Cuánto nos queda de tiempo?
How much more time do we have left?
20 minutos, perfecto.
20 minutes, perfect.
Quiero ofrecer la palabra.
I want to give you the opportunity to make any comments if you want to.
30?
30 minutes? Okay.
También las personas que están online pueden pedir la
Persons who are
palabra.
online, you can also take this opportunity to make any comments.
Los teníamos en pantalla hace un ratito. Tal vez
You see the screen.
algo sonó ahí.
I heard
Alguien
something
tocó el
just then.
timbre.
I just heard a bell.
Y los que están en la sala, si quieren pedir la
For those of you
palabra, que
who are not in
pueden
the room
poner
with
su
us, those of you who are in the
nombre
room, you
así.
can put up your name tags in this way, raise your name tags so that we can see
Perfecto.
that you want to speak.
Vamos a romper el hielo.
We are going to break the ice.
Bueno, Como es la primera vez que intervengo, aprovecho de
Since it's the first
agradecer
time
a
that
todo
I'm
el
speaking, I
equipo de
want to
Barbados
thank the team from
por
Barbados
recibirnos acá y la excelente
for
coordinación.
the warm welcome and the
Yo
excellent
quisiera partir
coordination.
diciendo que me
I would like
parece muy
to
interesante todas
make a
las
very
propuestas y el
important
trabajo
point,
que vienen
which
realizando
has to
desde el
do with
grupo,
the
o
work
sea,
that we've been
desde
doing
el área de
in,
reducción de la
in the
demanda.
area of
Creo que hay
reduction
elementos
and
bien
things that
interesantes que
I think that there are
necesitamos seguir
interesting
profundizando.
elements
Vamos a
that we
tener un
must
workshop
continue
para trabajar en
to
cómo cooperamos y
advance
cómo
even
podemos seguir
further to
adelante,
see
pero
how
creo
we
que
can
aquí
cooperate, how we can
hay
work further.
elementos bien interesantes.
There are several interesting
Y bueno,
elements,
estamos en este
and
trabajo con el continuo de
we
prevención,
are
que creo que
working on
es una
continuous
herramienta que me
prevention,
parece
which
que
is
podría
a
ser
tool
muy interesante y
which could be
significativa
very
para poner a
important, very
disposición de los
useful,
países.
and
Y
we are
pienso que
placing it at the
asimismo hay
disposal of the
muchas otras cosas
countries.
que pasan
But
en los
there are many
países
other things that are happening in countries, and forums like this help us to find out about these activities and replicate them in our country. So it's think that it's a very interesting proposal that we've had. And I also want to stress Chile's commitment to continuing working with you. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone online who wants to make a comment? No? Yes? Okay.
Buenos días. ¿Escuchan?
Perfect. Juan
¿Qué
Carlos,
tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bien.
how are you?
Mucho gusto.
I'm well.
Saludos a
Well, and
todos. ¿Cómo
hello
están?
to you.
Pues primero que nada, felicitarlos por
First of all,
toda
I would
la
like
oferta
to
programática que
congratulate
tenemos
you
hoy en
on the
día.
excellent program that you have for today. For the countries that are really in need of strengthening or prevention of substance abuse. In addition to congratulations, I also want to encourage other countries to take advantage of these programs. In terms of the curriculum based on the faith-based curriculum, I think that countries like Guatemala, the populations of these countries is quite varied, and this is a very useful tool in order to reach populations that are quite complicated in terms of treatment and prevention. And this would be very, very important to see how we can begin this dialogue to see if we can implement this strategy in that country. So in addition, in the same line, I also want to refer to the persons who are working in the area of health, and this helps them to fill the gaps and to overcome stigma and the lack of interest in the area of health itself. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Thank you very much, Juan Carlos, Guatemala. With regard to your question, we could organize a meeting to see how feasible it is. We have a series of resources. We can look, with your support, the best way of sharing these two training programs to Guatemala. In terms of the faith-based curriculum, it's very important to involve religious leaders so that there's continuity within the country, because a very important part of this curriculum it has to do with the network that we want to create, and we need to maintain this network over time. We had lots of support on the level at the level of Selam. We were supported by Francisco, and we also know that the new Pope participated, Pope Leo participated in the review of the curriculum, and I was very happy because we hope to have his support, of course, his personal support, and the support of the church. And an important part of this curriculum is not just for the Catholic Church. The idea is to continue advancing in our dialogue with other faiths and other churches so that we can make the necessary adjustments so that they can use this material and set up their own networks for collaboration and work. So thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Betty?
The two things that struck me were the school-based intervention and the faith-based intervention. And like the last speaker, I think for those of us, I know I may be presumptuous in speaking for the English-speaking Caribbean, but the faith-based intervention is something that we've been hearing about for a while for translation to English so that we can disseminate and use that as another tool in our arsenal. I know that in Barbados particularly, and I know the chairman is perhaps behind me because he has been one of, and our deputy chairman as well, they are very interested in this faith-based approach. And so when it is available and we can get it, as we just said, there are several faiths now in Barbados. And we'd like to see how it can be adaptable or it can be used in those interventions, because we have found that while we are largely Christian society, we have had other faiths recently reaching out to us for interventions. And so if we can somehow tailor what it is that we do and have it spread out uniformly across the Caribbean, I think that would be something that we would welcome. With respect to the school-based interventions in Barbados, we at the NCSA have been trying for quite a while to have some way to intervene in schools. We still do it, but if now there's a proposal or there's a pilot, there's a project, a program that can be tried, piloted across the Caribbean states almost simultaneously, so that we can see what are school-based interventions. You mentioned monitoring and evaluation, and I think that is very important. For a lot of the times, we have to go just with an invitation to a school, an ad hoc kind of approach. But if we can have something that is more structured, that we can roll out in schools, not only in Barbados, but across the Caribbean, knowing that at some point in time, are there different metrics for measurements and times for measurements and evaluation, then we can start to see, because the traditional way that we wanted to approach it was not workable, which is going into schools and doing the school survey, following the CDUC approach. That doesn't seem to be as palatable as something that perhaps is less intrusive. So I'd like to be able, perhaps in the prevention workshop bit of it, for you to speak some more to that, so we can see how and if it is something that we can adapt for use in Barbados.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias. Yo creo que con eso podemos tener bastantes avances. Ya, ahora se están animando.
I think that with that we have made quite a bit of advance, and this encourages Fiona. First, Karina, if you want to make a comment. And there's somebody in the back as well.
Would like to echo the appreciation to the Chair Barbados for the warm hospitality, attention to details that you have extended, and we are thankful to be here at this time. For St. Kitts and Nevis, I speak on behalf of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, in particular the National Drug Council Secretariat. I can affirm here that it is sessions such as this one and collaboration with the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, CICAD, that has given us the impetus to carry out much of our policies and programs as it relates to demand reduction. And it's as if Betty was reading my mind, because two things struck out for me in your presentation as well was the school-based intervention. And I know I have said it several times in meetings. I guess Hemina knows what's coming, the faith-based training as well that we are very much interested in. During COVID, it was a learning experience for us, and we were at a standstill. And so what we decided to do in St. Kitts and Nevis is to use that low period where we were not able to do face-to-face contact to develop our standardized evidence-informed programs with the support of discussions that were virtually being conducted through CICAD and ISOP and other organizations. So based on that, we have already rolled out a preschool program for 3 to 5 year olds. We have a primary school program consisting of 11 sessions some M&E pre-post-test, post-mortem evaluations. And I am pleased to report that our Ministry of Education have reviewed that program, our standardized primary school program, and has now ingrained it within the school curriculum. And so that program will be implemented throughout all the primary schools throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis beginning this September. Thank you so much. But I am still very much interested in the standardized program for the school-based intervention and to see how best we can improve, because one of the things we learn when we study prevention science and programs implementation is the importance of continuous quality improvement. And so we welcome further support, technical support, CARICOM support, each of us coming together to share best experience to see how we can improve that. We have also developed a program for our high school students as well, adolescents, for juveniles within the justice system, and we continue to roll out based on needs that were identified during our consultations for the development of our national drug policy. As I shared before, moving on from those standardized, but I would really like to support Betty's input on the faith-based intervention. We are really eager for the implementation, the English version of the faith-based treatment training. I have already shared this with our Christian Council in St. Kitts, our Minister of Ecclesiastical and Faith-Based Affairs. They too are very eager. So whatever support we can do in whatever little way, St. Kitts and Nevis stands ready to support, to pilot, to assist, so that we can move this program forward. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias y felicitaciones por todo lo que están haciendo y los avances, y también muchas gracias por el
what you're doing, everything you're doing, and I thank you for your support and your interest. Next.
Barbuda, and I echo the sentiments as a representation of Antigua and Barbuda to our chair, Barbados, an excellent implementation of this conference, and of course for making it possible for us to be present here together. There's some of us who have not been able to integrate or interact for a 5-year period. And so this is rather refreshing and it allows for us to strategize and, of course, move forward in terms of making real impact in our countries. For us in Antigua and Barbuda, one of the things that we've recognized within our school program is the need for us to make it more trauma-informed. And so we are extremely grateful for the fact that you have implemented such a standardized implementation or prevention program that would allow and looks at that aspect. So Antigua and Barbuda would be really interested in seeing what that looks like so that we can strengthen that aspect. We have seen a significant increase in terms of after decriminalization of marijuana, in terms of that, and of course the market has now become a marketplace for gummies. That has been, extremely disheartening, but it is something that we really would like to see what it looks like from a trauma-informed perspective. So we look forward to that, and of course, how we can integrate our churches and our faith-based organization and also making an impact from their perspective. So we look forward to supporting with the implementation and piloting of programs.
Bien, muchas gracias. También felicitaciones y
Congratulations.
Bueno,
We had we also have the representative from Antigua and Barbuda in CICAD, and you've made a great contribution to sustain the work that we're doing. Colombia. Thank you very much.
Also for allowing our capitals to follow it online. I know that my Ministry of Justice and my Ministry of Health are very eager to hear our discussions. And now I'll switch to Spanish. quería referirme específicamente a lo que mencionaron sobre las dificultades de financiamiento y el impacto que esto ha tenido en los programas. Y quería saber si ya hay un mapeo acerca de cuáles de los programas pueden continuar y sobre todo cuáles de los programas pueden continuar con cooperación sur-sur, teniendo en cuenta que algunos de estos, por ejemplo, el de Chile es transferencia de conocimiento a los demás países. Y para los que no...
And for those, I also want to know if there's a plan for funding to ensure its continuity. Thank you very much. This is a very good question. Since January, or perhaps before, we have been trying to align and to find a solution to that. The reality is that the situation is quite difficult at the moment. We have, for example, the continuous prevention program. Chile gives us the material and the content, but we had support to hire a group of consultants, etc. But probably we are going to be able to continue until those funds are run out. But the truth is that in this moment, we are facing quite a lot of uncertainty. There are decisions that we don't know. We're waiting for those decisions. And they would cut off funds that we were using to work. So we have a little bit of funding that we're trying to leverage as much as possible, but we are also facing a risk of having to withdraw some of the programs. So right now we're facing quite a bit of uncertainty, trying to do some planning, and we're trying to see which programs we could continue with the support of the countries. So there is technical support, but many times the technicians are not enough. So sometimes it's necessary to organize sessions, trips, meetings, etc. So I think that is part of the difficulty. And we right now are trying to do some planning. But as I said, we're facing quite a bit of uncertainty to know how are we going to continue and what we're going to have to stop. So we have to look for other donors, other options. But that's basically the situation that we're facing, where there's lots of uncertainty. Elizabeth, you wanted to say something?
Like my colleague from St. Kitts and Nevis, and probably also my colleague from Antigua, because this is the first time I'm also taking the floor, I also want to convey my gratitude to the government and people of Barbados, led ably by my friend Betty Hunt, and also to CICAD under the stewardship of Angela Crowdy for my presence here this morning. Had they not funded this, I wouldn't be here. And because I'm a social learner, the online doesn't always work for me, trust me. I prefer to actually see the faces directly. So I'm very much happy to be here. Words can barely explain and express my gratitude. And again, for the accommodation, meeting us at the airport, you know, ensuring that we got here safely, and every other thing that's going to happen for the rest of the week that we're here. So I also want to join in and say, wonderful presentation. I'm happy to hear about the programs. And again, for countries like Grenada, where our secretariat depends solely on piggybacking on best practices and more like, since you don't have funds, you don't have a budget, you really look for in-kind support. So I'm always happy to hear about programs that we can adopt and adapt to suit our own dynamics in Grenada. And the issue of the faith-based program, I'm also looking forward to the translation in English so that we can adopt, because like Betty mentioned, the Caribbean region is considered a religious community and, you know, different denominations, etc. And if we're going to reach people, we have to try all forms and methodologies to meet them at different places. And of course, I think that the church or religious organizations is another cohort that we can, another avenue that we can use to reach another cohort of young people. So I'm also looking forward to the phase-based. I know I heard CICAD speak about it at I think the last meeting we attended, or the CICAD online meeting. A lot has been said about it. I'm looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to us starting SAD, it's the SAD program. I said this before, but I'm also looking forward to that. And all of the other programs, I did make a note here. I'm really, really looking forward to us being part of the ISOP. We just completed, again, thanks to CICAD. Angela, you were just in Grenada just about 3 weeks ago. And again, funded by CICAD, we had 30 people trained. And big kudos to CICAD, because we now have a cohort of 30 stakeholders throughout the rank and file of Grenada trained to be able to work along with young people who have issues with the substances. Again, words can hardly convey my gratitude, because as we look at the issue and the dynamics of substance use, we really have to look at many different approaches to adequately address the issue. So again, thanks very much. I'm looking forward to the programs, and Grenada is always willing to implement, considering, like I say, you all spoke about cutting budget and limited budget, but I forever say this, we don't even have a budget, so we always look forward to, and that's what people think is an understatement, but it's really the truth. So we always look forward to collaborating with agencies and organizations and learning from those who have done it well and willing to assist us. So thanks again, great presentation, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the week for all the other wonderful presentations. Thank you.
Muy bien, sí, dan ganas de aplaudir.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Giselle Maiten from Panama, and then Jessica is going to speak. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. First, I want to thank the hosts for the excellent welcome that we've received, and I want to congratulate you for the excellent organization. And next, I want to thank CICAD as well. Panama has been one of the recipients of all of this knowledge transfer that CICAD has facilitated. In fact, my presence here, I just wanted to share the experience that we've had in the WISE program. It's a program which is very innovative in terms of gender, and it has to do with rehabilitation for, we also worked with faith-based organizations, and it was very fantastic working with the faith-based organization. We had some challenges helping them to understand the scientific issues, but during this workshop, they were able to see, thanks to CICAD experts, the consequence and how wonderful it is working with scientific evidence and to work in an organized way and based on scientific evidence. They were very deeply affected by this training sessions, and we had some very tangible results, as well as the WISE program and the capacity building for experts with regard in Panama. We had health professionals being trained, and CICAD also provided some training, and we want to thank them for this type of meetings, which is for that particular purpose, to share best practices, to exchange knowledge, so that countries are encouraged to participate in the program and to align our policies in terms of drugs with international guidelines, and to see countries the size of Chile that are way ahead of us. And this helps us to want to continue on this path. And this is really, really helping us in our daily work. And I want to thank CICAD for helping countries, for assisting them, for the sponsorship of our say and our participation in the different activities. for capacity building, and this has helped us for the last 5 years, and we've had some very tangible results. Thank you very much, CICAD. Thank you, Barbados, for the welcome that you've extended to us. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to hand over to Angela. No? Jessica is our expert who has been carrying out the WISE curriculum based on trauma. And she's speaking from her standpoint as an expert. Well, good morning, thank you for the organization, and thank you for the warm welcome that we've received. Thank you to the people of Barbados. We have felt the support from the very first moment. Angela, Jimena, because all of the efforts, you have been helping all of these countries, and this is linking us forever. And with regard to the faith-based issues, and I want to add a little bit, I had to participate in a program in El Salvador. It's a 15-day program, which is aimed at religious leaders. But it's very important. What's important? They have a particular belief. It's open to all persons. And what unites them is the prevention curriculum, treatment curriculum, and they are also focusing on recovery. So it's like the basic concepts of all of this, but there's also practical elements. They're focusing on the skill, the concepts, and how we can do this in a practical way, because I believe it is a very important curriculum. And you can see that I'm very passionate about this. Governments need to change, the policies need to change as well. But in general, the churches do not change. So we need to have programs often. But number two, as we all know, there's a great barrier that we have, which is getting one of the major barriers is stigma, both among men and women. And it becomes a little bit easier. It's easier to go to a church than to go to a treatment center to ask for help. So we think it's a great opportunity to do some more prevention and treatment work, and to motivate and to promote the new concepts of recovery. And I thank you for your enthusiasm, and I really thank you for your passion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you, Jimena.
Jessica, I love to hear the way that you talk passionately as well about this program, the faith-based program, and how it's been requested. And Karamu, I've noted some kits and Nevis ready to pilot, I've written here. So I will be talking to Jimena if we've got a country that's interested, and we can start moving on that, because I know that it's translated. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I know that it's a heavily requested project. And even though we're finding that cuts in our budget, we know what countries want and are requesting, and we will try to meet your needs as efficiently as possible. But that is one project that I've noted, Karamu, and I've written that down. I didn't want this opportunity to go without saying something that my former boss, Ambassador Adam Nam, used to say. Siempre voy con mi canastita, and he always used to say it in Spanish, and then he used to translate it into English, that he was always going to meetings with member states with his basket, requesting donations. Something the Colombian delegate mentioned, what are we doing in terms of funding, in terms of future projects? We have received a tremendous cut in our budget. I think everyone has, globally anyway, but it's something that we are really feeling the pinch together with our international partners. We will be presenting our work plan for next year at the next session of CICAD, which will be in Washington. I think the dates are 19, 20, and 21 and 22 of December. I haven't got my calendar with me, but that is when Brazil will take over the chair of CICAD, and we will be presenting our work plan for 2026 based on the funding we have. not basing our projects on one funder alone. I mean, we have many member states, and this again, we look at the example that Barbados has given us. Last year, this was not a possibility. I mean, we were looking at what we were going to do, then we had a funding cut at the beginning of this year, and Barbados stepped up with not only a tremendous budget, but an amazing organization of a meeting that would otherwise have just been virtual. I think, Betty, when we were in Vienna, we were looking at budgets, and and it's not the same, as Liz says, it's not the same doing this virtually. It really isn't. It's that huddling, the chatting, the exchange of experiences through conversation, and the establishment of working relationships that's important. So I will right now just rotate my canastita, my basket, request any donations from possible funders, request everyone here today to see if there is any budget that you might have that you can present to us, and we would deeply appreciate that going forward with our work plan for 2026. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias, Ángela. Creo que estamos en la hora.
Thank you, Angela. I think that we are now at our break time, or 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Just one more comment, Chair, Executive Secretary. If I was not clear before, I'd like to explicitly have Barbados considered as well to be included in the pilot of any pilot of the faith-based program. So please have that noted. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Barbados, y por continuar con este apoyo.
For your continued support. Anybody online wanting to make any comments or ask any questions? No, it seems not. Okay. So let us now end this session. We will continue our conversations in the next session, but thank you so much for your participation. Thanks to Barbados again for organizing this meeting. Thanks also to Chile for their great support, and we will continue talking during our coffee and lunch breaks.
And thank you, those in person and those online, for your enriching discourse. We go on to panel 1, and panel 1 will be led by Pernell Clark, research specialist, the Inter-American Observatory on Drugs at CICAD Executive Secretariat. Bring your tent.
Good morning. It's a quiet crowd, man. Quiet crowd. You know, for events like this, there are 2 very difficult sessions to manage. There's the session after lunch, very, very difficult. But there's also the session before lunch. I stand between you and your lunch. So you better treat me right this morning. Okay. So, good morning to you again, and welcome to the first panel of this session of the CICAD's expert group meeting here in Barbados. This panel is entitled The Synthetic Surge: How Designer Drugs Are Reshaping the Drug Landscape and Their Impact on Health, especially among youth and vulnerable communities. Both Executive Secretary Crowdy and Minister Abrams this morning in their opening remarks referred to synthetic drugs, referred to new psychoactive substances, and I know that most of you in this room are familiar with these substances and what they've done. You all are aware, I'm sure, of what is being called the opioid crisis, which has ravaged mainly North America, USA, and Canada over the past few years. This, thankfully, seems to be easing, but we know that hundreds of thousands of persons have died because of the impact of these drugs, largely fentanyl and other opioid substances. But I don't want us to be lulled into a sense that this is a North American problem or a problem that doesn't affect Latin America and the Caribbean. It certainly does. And I'll give you a couple of examples. A couple years ago, around 24 persons in Argentina died, and many more were sickened after they ingested cocaine. What they didn't realize was that this cocaine was contaminated by an analog or version of fentanyl known as carfentanil. Carfentanil is used as an anesthetic for large animals like elephants, all right? And the substance which they thought was cocaine was actually contaminated with this drug. 24 of them died. I recall a couple years ago being in Barbados, actually, when the early warning system here issued an alert for synthetic cannabinoids. And I recall vividly seeing a video that was circulating on the internet of some guys on the block smoking what they thought was high-grade weed or cannabis. It was not cannabis, it was synthetic cannabinoids. And depending on your, whether you're male, female, your tolerance levels, one hit of these things can actually kill you. So they're real, and it's happening in Latin America and the Caribbean as well. Trinidad and Tobago, they have been detecting and intercepting these types of substances for many, many years. And they're often associated with carnival and parties and young people. So it's not just a North American problem. The problem is in Latin America. It's real. I can give you countless other examples, but I wanted to focus on those 3 countries because, as chance would have it, we have 3 experts who are going to speak on this panel on the issue of designer drugs and synthetic drugs. The first will be sitting to my right, and I'm going in order as it appears on the agenda, is Mr. Troy Wickham, who is the Deputy Manager of the National Council on Substance Abuse here in Barbados. He is also the head of the early warning system here in Barbados, so he's well placed to speak on the topic of the impact of new psychoactive substances, the Barbados experience. Next, we will have Ms. Michelle Nasir, who is no stranger to many of you. She's the Deputy Director of the Forensic Sciences Center in Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Nasir will join us virtually, and she will speak on the impact of synthetic drugs in Trinidad and Tobago. And last, but by no means least, we have also joining us virtually Ms. Natalia De Joya, who is an advisor to the Undersecretariat of Drug Care and Support of the Secretariat of Comprehensive Drug Policies of the Argentine nation, known by its Spanish acronym CEDRONAR in Argentina, and she will speak to the comprehensive approach to new psychoactive substances, the Argentine experience in prevention and treatment. So we have 3 expert panelists to speak to us, and just let me tell you about the format of the panel. Each panelist will have 15 minutes to present. I will take out my phone because I will be timing you, and I will keep you to time. And then thereafter, I will moderate a session where you can ask questions, make comments, or make any further contributions to the discussion. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our first panelist, Mr. Troy Wickham, Deputy Manager of the National Council on Substance Abuse. You have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Pernell, for the warm introduction. First, I want to start by thanking my manager, Mrs. Betty Hunt, for giving me the opportunity to present to you all today, and by extension, the Organization of American States, Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission, CICAD, better known as OAS CICAD. It is with great pleasure and pride that I deliver this important, what you say is very important presentation to you today on the impact of new psychoactive substances, NPS, the Barbados experience. The objectives. First, I will start by defining what new psychoactive substances are. The emergence of new psychoactive substances in Barbados, our local trends, profile of users, the reason for the surge, health and social impacts, our local response, as well as the conclusion. As defined by the early warning system, new psychoactive substance, and emerging drugs phenomena, implementation manual 2020. A group of new psychoactive substances, a majority of which are synthetic in origin, but can also be vegetable in origin, medical or veterinary products that will not be found in the list of controlled substances according to the United Nations international conventions, and which can pose a threat to public health. And this is very important to note. These substances are not listed on the United Nations conventions, and they pose a serious threat to our public health. And Barbados being a small developing state, we find ourselves in a precarious position. As mentioned before by our minister, we are seen as a transit island, and as a Caribbean nation, we are seen as what we call a paradise. Welcome to my paradise, Barbados. Let me start by saying that. It's a beautiful place. And we just actually concluded what we call our carnival crop over season, where there was lots of parties, lots of fun. And as the minister said, during this time, inhibitions are very low, and persons tend to want to enjoy themselves at parties, drinking lots of alcohol and using substances. So we are now in a prime time for what I call having an appetite for what I call new psychoactive substances or substances. Now, I will give you the background to new psychoactive substances. Many of you may not know I was a police officer for several years attached to the Narcotics Division. And way back in 2012, I was part of the operation. And it's so coincidental that the minister mentioned Nelson Street. I smiled, because in 2012, I was part of an operation that netted the first NPS in Barbados. And that was one ecstasy pill, way back in 2012. To be honest, I was so surprised that we were transitioning from what I call traditional substances such as marijuana, a bit of crack cocaine, a bit of powder cocaine. And I didn't recognize way back then, that there was an appetite now for what we are calling new psychoactive substances or synthetic drugs. And throughout the years, I saw a steady increase for seizures from law enforcement as it relates to new psychoactive substances. In 2017, law enforcement seized over about 2,000 ecstasy pills and 1.6 kilograms of methamphetamine. As you can see through the graph, the trend trended up. And that was a cause for concern for law enforcement. And now I say it's a cause for concern for what I call drug demand reduction professionals, persons around the room. And we must understand, as a small island developing state, prevention is better than cure. Look at 2021, the trend, just over 1,000, according to the Barden report, 1,000 ecstasy pills. Sorry. Sorry, I'm getting problems with the technology. Drug treatment cases. From 2012 to 2019, there was a total number of 2,395 drug treatment cases registered, according to the Barden report, 18 of which focus on new psychoactive substances. In 2020 to 2023, there was a total of 882 drug treatment cases, with a total of 17. And let me explain this graphic. Persons know worldwide, the COVID pandemic was more, especially in Barbados, it was locked down in 2020, the latter part of 2029. So persons were not really presenting themselves with treatment facilities. Persons can leave home, really. So that indicates the reduction in drug treatment cases. However, as you know, 17 were related to NPS. And this graphic indicates a 257% increase in drug treatment cases compared to 2012 to 2019. And those are the persons that were accounted for at treatment facilities. And how many of the persons out there, when you think about it, are not presenting themselves for treatment? Because of the stigma associated with presenting yourself for treatment, especially across the Caribbean. This slide shows a pictorial view of treatment facilities and persons presenting themselves for treatment. The drug rehabilitation unit at our psychiatric hospital, one of our main care providers as it relates to treatment. The Substance Abuse Foundation, the Center for Addiction Counseling Alternatives, CASA, our very own NCSA, the inmate drug rehabilitation counseling program at our prisons. As you see, alcohol, marijuana, crack cocaine, powder cocaine still remains drugs of choice. But we are seeing a slow diversification on our local drug market, appetite for what we call synthetic drugs. Drug trafficking trends. No. Based on research, we have recognized that most of our NPS or synthetic drugs are shipped from North America, mainly Canada, to be precise, with a few cases coming out of Guyana. They mainly traffic through luggage, body cavities, concealments for our major ports of entry. Unlike marijuana, where we see persons trafficking marijuana mainly by go-fast boat, and because of the unique nature of synthetic drugs, mainly pills, they're easy to conceal, easy to transship, hard to identify for law enforcement. And it's unfortunate that many of our law enforcement officers and first responders do not have the capacity to identify these substances or the equipment. So, we at the NCSA has made a conservative effort, a great effort, I must say, to inform, to give training where possible to these first responders and law enforcement officers as it relates to the identification of the new psychoactive substances. We do not have what I call a general profile for persons using these substances. However, research suggests that mainly young males, partygoers, university students, we have a few international universities on island, which are domiciled here in Barbados. And from all reports, those persons are the main persons actually engaging in the use of these new psychoactive substances. Maybe because it's cultural, maybe because there's an appetite for these new psychoactive substances, which we do not consider as traditional substances for Caribbean folk. And tourists, obviously. We know that persons, I have a habit, I have an appetite for anything. Persons usually travel with their product, with what they need to make them feel good. As I say, we are paradise. So persons come to islands like ours for sea, sun, and fun. So if I need fun, I walk with my psychoactive substance in some instances. Why the surge? More intense high. And it's important to note that, as Perla indicated, at least 2 years ago, there were videos circulating on social media across the island with a group of young men. And one purported to have the hardest weed in Barbados. And it was important to note that it wasn't weed, but the need for a more intense high was the reason behind using the weed. Of course, it costs. In some instances, it's cheaper. The ease of concealment, I mentioned that before. They're pills. They're pretty. They're small. And it can be several pills can be transported easily. Over 10,000 pills can be in a small container. Avoid side effects of alcohol. And this was mentioned by some persons who actually use these substances. Most persons know if you use alcohol, the hangover is going to be easy. So therefore, persons prefer not to use alcohol because of the side effects. And because of the unavailability of the drug of choice is the alternative. Public perception. And moving on to the health and social impacts. Most persons, one, do not see the harms associated with using these substances, though persons involved in the drug demand reduction field understand the devastating impacts of these new psychoactive substances and how it poses serious risk to public health. Capacity to respond. In most instances, lack of training, lack of equipment, lack of personal protective equipment for first responders. We do lack the capacity in several instances to respond to the surge of new psychoactive substances. And the sharing of information is important for us, especially across the English Caribbean, to start sharing more information as it relates to new psychoactive substances. Legal gaps. All legislation is slow to respond in several instances as it relates to new psychoactive substances. I can say locally we don't have any legislation. Though we have made amendments recently to the Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act, which speaks to the decriminalization of a small quantity of marijuana, but no reference is made once it's not listed in our schedule to new psychoactive substances. So in most cases, law enforcement can only seize if they can identify. And it's trained on family and support services. In several instances, many of our treatment facilities do not have the capacity to respond. And that is a major concern. Persons must know where they can go to get help. We don't have many residential treatment facilities locally. And these things call for what I call a TANKS, treatment and rehabilitation. Our local response to date, the early warning system, research, and training. Though we have a way to go as it relates to improving our early warning system, carrying out more research, and of course, training is always important for all concerned. But the longest journey begins with the first step. And we have started that process. The way forward. Prevention, as I said, it is always better than cure. Policy and enforcement. Resource allocation. And of course, data collection. As best practice would suggest, evidence-based or evidence-informed programs and projects always yield the most results. And that would also assist with resource allocation and informed policy. And in conclusion, it's important that we work together to understand and control the use and abuse of MPS across the hemisphere. Our future depends on it. The call to action. I'm therefore calling on all persons working in the field of drug demand reduction to advocate for additional funding, policy changes, training, and increased collaboration among stakeholders. My request is the key to our success in this fight. We cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone. Let me stress on that. So it's important for us to work together, share information, build capacity within our drug councils if we are to succeed. Our local drug situation is so slowly changing, slowly diversifying, and we need to combat this, bring to the front of the fight and not at the back. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wickham, for that presentation. I would now like to invite to the floor Ms. Michelle Nasir. Michelle, can you hear us? You have the floor.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
The volume is rather low, Michelle. I don't know if it is from our end or on your end, but if you can help us with more volume, that would be great.
I just increased the volume. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I have to share my screen. Can you confirm that you're seeing my presentation?
Yeah, you're good to go, Michelle.
Okay, thank you very much. So, greetings from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you to the OAS CICAD for extending the invitation to Trinidad and Tobago to present in this expert group on demand reduction. I would like to acknowledge, it is my loss, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Angela Crowdy, Executive Secretary of CICAD OAS, and my colleagues Troy and yourself, Pernell, and all the other participants who are present virtually. I'm here to share with you the synthetic surge, how the designer drugs are reshaping Caribbean's drug landscape and its health impact among the young and vulnerable community from the Trinidad and Tobago perspective. And on my very first slide, you are seeing one of the seizures that was made in 2018 when we first started detecting drugs that were synthetic and amphetamine-like. It was the biggest seizure at that time, close to 5,000 pills. And this one seizure triggered a snowball effect of legislative change and awareness with regards to the presence of these NPS drugs in the drug-using landscape of Trinidad and Tobago. So in my next slide, I'm going to present to you how prevalent these synthetic drugs are. Back in my job at the Forensic Science Center, I was in charge of the toxicology lab, which tests for drugs and alcohol in body fluids for approximately 17 to 18 years. And during that time, from the period 2000 to 2017 then, we very rarely saw synthetic drugs, NPS drugs presenting in cases. We did have one fatality, a foreign national that was found in a hotel that had overdosed on ketamine. And over the years, we had found one or two cases where ecstasy was detected in suspected drug-facilitated sexual assault cases. However, by 2018, when we acquired the ability to test seizures using our handheld drug testing device, the Raman, our ability to detect showed the evolving nature of the drug users among our population. So the prevalence is pretty much widespread, systemic. We were not seeing, before this year, we were not seeing much use of synthetic drugs among the youth. It remained relatively low. But for the persons who were using it, it was persisting primarily amongst male individuals. We have found these synthetic drugs now amongst partygoers. As Troy already mentioned, we pride ourselves in being able to host the biggest and largest parties and street parties. We have now cases of persons collapsed on the ground after parties, totally passed out after parties as a result of their use of these synthetic drugs mixed with alcohol together with our large temperatures. These drugs are now also present on flyers for these parties. Some of the parties actually are called pills. You'll see in the top right-hand corner, the Chinatown flyer. It actually had the word MDMA built into the flyer. It's circled on the flyer. And then you also have parties where you see magic mushrooms also being featured as part of the flyer. So it's being advertised. People think that it is safe, it's accessible easily. Secondly, we are seeing these drugs coming in our schools. For the first time, I'll show you in a later slide, our schools, you are seeing before in 2024, we had probably 8 submissions from schools where 6 out of the 8 were involving marijuana type substances. The gummy bears, as was mentioned previously by one of our participants there, but no NPS drugs. That has changed this year. We have seen these drugs present in our university, among our university students. For the first time this year, we're seeing submissions from the prison service, so it has already filtered into our prison service, bars and clubs, of course, and people's homes. And as well, we are seeing at our ports of entry, both our public postal service as well as our private couriers. We have seized these drugs. And then for the first time last year, we had confirmation that these drugs were also present in our Twin Island, Tobago. All the results up to 2024 had been from seizures in Trinidad, and for the first time, we actually had a seizure that was from Tobago. And lastly, not only we don't have to depend on the drugs being submitted from being seized within country, we also have the drugs being made here in clandestine laboratories. Among our teenage population, we continue to see the use of codeine as well as marijuana edibles. These drugs are being seized by the authorities from school environments, from sale to minors by minors. The target group is therefore mainly first-time users, both teenagers and young adults, and the effects are varying from mild sedative effects to psychostimulating effects, resulting in the users becoming a danger to themselves. On the screen, you will see for the first time in March of this year, we reported the presence of ecstasy powder in a secondary school. So this is our first confirmed presence of these drugs within a school. We have had to, as a result of finding the lab, seek the Assistance International Corporation for Training, which was done in 2022 at the UNODC Vienna lab. Our chemists and experts in the field in forensic were trained to dismantle clandestine labs. And as a result of the work of the early warning system in Trinidad, we coordinate and monitor the results from NPS. Back in 2023, the first methamphetamine clandestine laboratory was discovered by the law enforcement personnel, and we detected essentially all the ingredients necessary from the very first precursor to the actual completed drug in methamphetamine. This year, however, we discovered another type of lab. In the picture at the bottom, in March 21st, 2025, we thought this was methamphetamine because the little Ziploc bags in the picture were methamphetamine, but every apparatus and container in this picture was positive for ketamine, not methamphetamine. So we suspect that we do have some sort of ketamine production or precipitation of ketamine from medical preparations occurring. So we have had to not only sensitize our demand reduction side, but our supply reduction side, our law enforcement and first responders in the presence of these synthetic drugs in our drug landscape, because with the seizure at the bottom that we found the ketamine, the beaker with the liquid in it actually exploded in the police station. So we have had to sensitize our law enforcement persons with regard to the proper handling and of these new synthetic drugs. So what are the drugs that we are seeing in our market? Marijuana continues to be the number one drug ranked by the number of seizures. We're seeing a lot of the plant material. However, we do see a lot of the edibles amongst the younger age group, as I mentioned, and we also find cannabinoid powders such as the CBD. Number 2 on the list is cocaine, seizures, and then our first NPS or synthetic drug that we see most prevalent is MDMA, ecstasy, or Molly tablets. We have seen a rapid expansion of ecstasy in our market from 2018 to now. In fact, we can say categorically from the forensic side of things, there has not been a quarter since 2018 that we have not had submissions of ecstasy tablets to the Center for Confirmation. Every quarter since 2018, even during COVID. As you can see, we have detected ecstasy pills, all many colors, types, and markings on them.
but we also detect methamphetamine pills with these exact same markings. They have been coming in through our postal services, through our purchases over the internet, from the UK, from Germany, from the Netherlands, and the methamphetamine tablets, chiefly from Canada and America. Last year in 2024, we received our largest seizure of ecstasy pills from Customs and Excise. The ecstasy pills were hidden in these toy trucks, and there was close to 15,000 ecstasy pills. But it's not only pills that we seize. We also seize the powders and the crystals. We also have brown sugar-like substance. I learned in Suriname that is called sucrose on the street. So it looks like sugar. It was detected as ecstasy as well. And then in this shipment, we also found ketamine powder. So we have found that over time, our landscape is increasing to poly or multiple drug type seizures. This year as well, ketamine was seized by Customs and Excise in June of this year. Approximately 3,000 grams of ketamine was seized, looking rock-like, like camphor balls packaged within a frosted flakes box. And this was going to be shipped out of the country to the UK. So we have had to step up our response to these new synthetic drugs. The information presented from here on, and I was able to obtain from our 2024 annual Drug Information Network report, as well as the information shared with me by our National Alcohol and Drug Abuse Prevention Program, which falls under the Ministry of Health. And they chiefly coordinate drug prevention and demand reduction initiatives in Trinidad and Tobago, and they support the efforts of the non-governmental organizations. So some of our responses have been to date legislative reform, such as the
Michelle,
amendment
I'm
of...
sorry to interrupt you, just letting you know you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So some of the changes that have been made include legislative reform, such as the amendment of our Dangerous Drug Act. And this act defines what are dangerous drugs, psychotropic substances, and precursor chemicals. And it includes the ketamine was added to our legislation. We have also increased detection by not only trying to purchase more handheld devices, but we have given the seizure agencies drug kits that they can use to perform on-the-spot preliminary drug tests. We have tried to strengthen our multi-sector collaboration by expanding partnerships between the public health, law enforcement, and civil societies to address these multifaceted nature of substances. As a result, NADAP has launched several education and sensitization programs, which include webinars, brochures, and awareness campaigns, as well as embark on training among our schools, principals, school and safety officers, and community groups. In 2024, they were able to do this training in 477 primary schools. That is these 6 to 11-year-olds, as well as 134 secondary schools, which is the 12 to 18-year-olds, reaching a target population of close to 73,000 students. This is an example of one of the responses. They have a specific brochure that they have now developed talking about NPS drugs and educating the persons about the effects of ecstasy, methamphetamine, ketamine. These are the 3 that we have targeted to highlight, as well as fentanyl, which we have not found yet. We have done webinars targeted. The National Alcohol and Drug Prevention Program has done webinars, as I said. These are targeted to parents, these are targeted to communities, and they also support non-governmental organizations such as the Drug Treatment court. I'm rushing through now to the final slide. We also did awareness training for not only the drug treatment centers and providers, but also to the seizure agencies. You're seeing an example of one here where we did a virtual presentation letting persons know about these new findings, what these drugs are, how the laws have changed, what is the charge, and where these locations for testing can be found. My final slide then, we've also, just needed to mention, we've also have on our Ministry of Health website, webinars titled Breaking the Stigma, Women, Substance Use, and the Path of Recovery. That was recorded in 2024, and that is published so that persons can access this information readily if they need help. Finally, we have tried to make persons aware of the risks associated with these new psychoactive substances and to understand that it is not approved for human consumption and that there are known health effects, and that although it can be perceived to be legal and safe, it is in fact illegal in Trinidad, even though it's easily available. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nasir. I would now like to invite Ms. Natalia De Joya to make her presentation. You have the floor, Natalia.
Buenos días a todos y a todas. Voy a poner para compartir pantalla en breve, pero ante todo quiero agradecer por la invitación y la propuesta a la OEA y la CICAD, en nombre de todo Cedronar, para poder compartir esta experiencia que llevamos adelante desde la Argentina en lo que hace a la prevención y tratamiento desde un abordaje integral frente a los nuevos contextos de consumo de sustancias psicoactivas. También contarles y compartirles que si bien esta presentación me toca hacerla a mí, detrás de ella y con el contenido de la presentación hay todo un equipo grande que venimos trabajando en esto, entre ellos principalmente el doctor Roberto Moro, secretario de la Cedronar, la licenciada Silvia Pisano, subsecretaria, la directora nacional Silvia Ducci, Lorena Puccetti,
Thank you
Elisa
for
Tropiero.
Lorena and all the members of my team who have been working very hard on this effort. So having said this, we did prepare this comprehensive presentation on our experience in Argentina. So I'd like to begin now my presentation. 1 second, please. You can see my screen, correct? Yes, thank you.
Sí, podemos ver.
Yes, we can see. Okay. To begin my presentation, we asked ourselves about the new contexts that need new strategies. So we need to be able to answer this question. And this is what I'm going to try to deal with in my presentation. How we deal individually and in the community. So we need to look at the patterns of use, drug use, and we need to think about a comprehensive approach to these new substances and at territorial level and at the level of the community. So we know that there are different dimensions, and we not only have to ask this question, we also have to ask what are the health responses that are required to meet the new challenges. And we also have to look at a community approach to prevention and treatment for those drug users. Having said this, let's look at the first slide. And firstly, I'd like to talk about the emerging consumption in Argentina. And so we focused on four big areas. Firstly, we saw an increase in the availability of synthetic drugs and drugs in general. Secondly, we looked at another growing trend, which is the diversion of these substances from the legal to the illegal markets. And we also focused on the uncertain compositions of these synthetic drugs and the growing demand for these drugs. And the fourth one is the growing demand for these synthetic drugs. So we know that there's been an increase both in supply and in demand, and it is really growing at an alarming rate. So now I'm going to talk about the national strategies that have been adopted to disrupt these NPS and synthetic drugs. So we try to develop a comprehensive approach. Comprehensive approach is very important. Firstly, we had to study the situation and analyze and have an early detection of the new psychoactive drugs and their use for each territory. We had to think about each point of the country. And then we looked at a local network and international cooperation, and then, of course, the production of scientific evidence. And we also looked at the importance of strengthening technical capacities of our teams for detection and prevention, and then prevention strategies and comprehensive care for drug users. So bearing in mind all of these different pillars, and also bearing in mind the development of this comprehensive approach, we were able to develop a national strategy against these new psychoactive substances and synthetic drugs. So Argentina has an early warning system with 4 fundamental areas: the timely detection of NPS supply, and the emerging drugs, changes in consumption modalities and or practices of use and of the sale of these drugs, support to international mechanisms for data collection on NPS and drugs in general, and to share the information collected. And we also looked at the characterization of the substances that have been detected to understand these new psychoactive substances, so as to be able to identify them more rapidly. And we also focus on sharing the information on the characterization of these substances. And finally, there's the assessment of both individual and population risks. What are the risks that exist that use these drugs? And I'm going to focus on my next slide because this is an area that is really important for us. We're always thinking about a national prevention and treatment system with a cross-sectoral approach and with a federal presence. So we included the different national agencies, the private sector, civil society organizations, local governments, and also provincial agencies. And then all of this is coordinated under the CEDRONAR, which is the umbrella organization which integrates all of these actors. It was important for us to explain to you how we've achieved this. So let's see the next slide. So this is a system that we have developed. So we have the CEDRONARD, which is under the Ministry of Health and has two directorates, which first we have the Undersecretariat for Care and Sport in Drug Matters, and then we have the Undersecretariat for Prevention, Research and Statistics. Under the Subsecretariat for Prevention and Research and Statistics, we have the International Relations Unit, we have the Drug Observatory of Argentina, we have the International Coordination Unit and the Training Unit. And then in terms of care and support, we have the Directorate of Prevention and the Directorate of Care and Treatment. In terms of prevention, we have coordination of prevention in the workplace and educational settings and other settings. And under care, we have immediate care, territorial outreach, and treatment in therapeutic communities. I'm not going to enter into too many details because I will do that later in my presentation. So we have new contexts, and now we need new responses. So these substances ask us to make us reflect on the people who are using these drugs. And we have to look at their history. It's like a movie in that to analyze adequately the whole context and design response, we have to look at patterns of consumption, and these are very complex. So we have to look at all the different dimensions. This is really important of the person who is consuming these new substances. So it's not only health responses that are required, but it is necessary to be able to approach the situation in a comprehensive way. And we have to look at care and treatment of the drug to have a comprehensive approach. So we have to design new responses, and this means that we have to look again at our reality, analyze the situation on the ground, and understand the practices and the history of the drug users in order to design adequate responses. So we have to study the context, and we have to also develop these new responses to meet the new problems in the new contexts and the complex consumption problems, and adopt new approaches under this comprehensive approach and using a comprehensive overview and community. When we speak about a comprehensive approach strategy, what are we saying? That we have to adopt a people-centered approach, not focus on the substance, but have a people-centered approach. And also these strategies have to be based on policies that are based on evidence, public policies based on evidence. And we have spent some 10 years on implementing programs, and based on this, then we have to draw new policies to face new challenges. And then it's important to also have this intersectoral articulation between education, health, and the community. And these strategies also have to have territorial coverage with a federal focus. So we must focus on the different territories. And what we have is more than 800 mechanisms throughout the country which are being co-managed by CEDRONARD with direct intervention in the more vulnerable neighborhoods. And what we do is we guarantee free confidential attention available 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. This is really important for us. And we do guarantee that drug users have this possibility of having access to health care throughout the year. And these mechanisms, since they are in the community, are more accessible. And also, apart from all of this, Cedronar has also a telephone line that operates 24 hours a day. And there are persons there that can give guidance, listen to
Natalia, disculpe la
persons.
interrupción, pero tiene solo 2 minutos más.
So I'm going to try to deal now with the prevention and care. We have a universal prevention, selective prevention, and specific prevention. And I also want to talk about the model of community-based care and support center, CAAC, which we define it as prevention and treatment spaces that operate in and with the community. And they offer accessibility, they're people-centered, they adopt a comprehensive approach, and they are interdisciplinary and community-based, and also it has territorial legitimacy. And here we see 2 maps of the territorial coverage of these different prevention and care mechanisms. The first map has to do with mechanisms that are for support and care, both, and they give technical and economic support, and they seek to strengthen these spaces. And the second map that show all the different treatment centers that are available throughout Argentina and the different mechanisms in the different territories that are found in the different provinces and municipalities. Since I don't have a lot of time, I'm going to just show you this slide very quickly, which talks about the different mechanisms and the people that have been attended to. And also, in addition, it's important to have these different mechanisms throughout the country, but we're also focused on this whole question of the continuous training in prevention for substance use. So it's important also to develop training and spaces for updating knowledge in all the provinces, municipalities, and community organizations. All of this is coordinated by Cedronar. So when we talk about update, we have to also be able to disseminate up-to-date information throughout the territory. And so that people understand the new modalities for consumption. And also, we also have an important prevalence of the use of alcohol. It's a legal drug. So we have therefore established these spaces for exchange of information in order to face the problematic use of substances. And we've looked at the substance use and its effects during pregnancy, the problematic digital consumption, and immediate attention to emergencies due to the consumption of synthetic drugs.
Okay, Natalia, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap up. I'm sorry, we are out of time.
Desafortunadamente
so if you
se ha acabado.
If you can just wrap up. Thank you, Natalia. A round of applause for Natalia, please. So unfortunately, as you can see, we have crossed into the lunch hour. I'm not sure. I'll be guided by the chair, whether you want to wrap up now and maybe take questions after lunch. But I'm sure there are a lot of questions in the room. But I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Wickham, Ms. Nasir, Ms. DeJoya for your excellent presentations and for sharing how the synthetic drugs problem has impacted your countries, as well as the approaches that you have taken in response to these challenges. Thank you all very much.
You mentioned questions. You think questions can be covered in 5 minutes?
If that's all the time we have, then we'll make it work.
Great, 5 minutes.
All right, we've been given 5 minutes. So if there are any comments or questions, I see a flag raised. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Natalia from Colombia. Quisiera resaltar un asunto que se menciona de manera sustantiva
during the presentation, and it was not mentioned explicitly, which is the role of damage reduction in this refers. We spoke about prevention, we spoke about treatment, but there's also issue of damage reduction, which has been stigmatized. But many of these programs are working thanks to damage reductions, such as the early warning systems. And Natalia mentioned the issue of that in order to understand consumption, we need to understand the consumers and the users. And to understand the users, we need damage reductions. And we need the user to understand what are the risks associated with their use of drugs and how we can use these risks. And I want to mention that in our perspective in Colombia, damage reduction can be part of the reduction in demand. And this should help. This could help us in our programs to identify and deal with NPS.
Colombia, yes, indeed, harm reduction has a place, a very important place in responding to early warning, to synthetic drugs and the threats that they pose. I know, for example, things like drug checking, where persons can take their substances to a particular location that's accessible and understand exactly what they're taking, have been very, very important in places like Brazil, Canada, and many other countries as well. Any other questions or comments from the floor? Por favor.
Gracias. Sí, yo creo que
I think that early warning systems, which are changing with regard to NPSs, and a challenge that I wanted to mention has to do how we warn or how do we activate warnings to the population to inform them of these and to really disseminate information and give information that they need. And this is linked to prevention. How we see it from the perspective of demand reduction, but we also have observatories in our countries that are receiving assistance from CICAD observatory. And it would be, if we have time, it would be interesting to see how this early warning system information can be used for prevention purposes to warn the population of these risks.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow one more question, and then I'm going to give the panelists each 1 minute to respond, and then we definitely have to wrap up. But indeed, the idea of leveraging the information from early warning systems to better inform prevention and other interventions is also a very, very important topic that we should be discussing. Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
For me, it's a comment. And I was just sharing with a colleague that it's a little scary because the part that stuck with me was from our colleague in Trinidad and Tobago when she highlighted the fact that they were being advertised on the flyers. Now, for a lot of the untrained eyes, we wouldn't even notice that. That would have just been a flyer that just went up advertising a function and would have completely missed the whole idea of what it all meant and what it meant for our young people who are attending those functions. And so for me, it has to bring another level of awareness, but also the need for us to also possibly share more of this type of information that brings even more awareness to how we function as prevention specialists and treatment specialists in our different sectors, because I do not think that half of us would have even noticed that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I am guided by the chair. We definitely have to break. Dr. Chase, I recognize that you had a question. Can we hold that till after lunch? And I also understand that there's a question by one of the virtual participants. Let's hold those questions, and if we have maybe a couple minutes after lunch, we can take those. But at this point, I'd like to once again thank the three excellent panelists for sharing that information so freely, and let's give them one more round of applause, please.
Thank you, Pernell, and thank you to your panelists for your presentation just now. Panel 1. Delegates, I have a few notices before we continue. 1, if you have not registered as yet, you're asked to visit the Secretariat to complete this process, and that is, you'll be guided on the outside. Paul Yvette, raise your hand. Yes, Makeda, raise your hand. They will guide you to the Secretariat. Additionally, while you're there, confirm your attendance for the Barbadian Experience at Herbalites. You don't want to miss that, so don't let your failure to register be the reason why you don't have fun tomorrow night. All right, good. So register. Transportation leaves at 7 p.m. tomorrow, but you need to confirm before the close of lunch, before the end of lunch today. Thirdly, our afternoon session commences at 1:30 sharp. You have to make up some time, and lunch is now served at the Cocoa Patch restaurant. When you leave, you make your left, and you follow the path all the way around the corner to the Cocoa Patch restaurant. And I'm asking your indulgence, please, so Ms. Crowdy, Ms. Kalowski, and the upcoming moderator, Maria, and delegates for the next panel from Chile, Bahamas, and Panama, that they be served first so we can have our prompt start at 1:30. All right, delegates, I'll see you at 1:30 promptly.
The dream is over, I'm gonna make it mine. Yes, I will own it, I'm gonna make it mine.
Yes, it was. All right. All right, and we are going to continue. Just a bit of housekeeping as well. We do have Kadisha, who's here to support anyone needing help there with Spanish. We have Kadisha over there, so please do feel free to connect with Kadisha. We go on to panel 2. And the moderator for panel 2 is Maria Dueñas. And she's the Regional Coordinator for the Prevention and Treatment of Drug Use, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime for the Andean region and the Southern Cone. So let's welcome Maria Dueñas for panel 2. Ma'am, over to you.
Buenas tardes, espero hayan tenido un buen almuerzo. Muchas gracias. Bueno, el panel 2, el tema es recuperación, apoyo para mujeres con trastorno por consumo de sustancias psicoactivas. Vamos a escuchar
to three colleagues, Francis Ablitas, who's going to speak about government and women, challenge of strengthening autonomy. Novia Carter Loki is going to speak about silent tears, Eve's road to recovery. And finally, Giselle, my team, is going to speak to us about incorporating treatment for women into the health care system in Panama, challenges and difficulties. So I'm going to turn over to Francisca, who's going to do her presentation at this time. Thank you very much. Well, the presentation, you're not seeing it? I would like to start by emphasizing on what we've been doing in Chile with regard to how we can increase women's autonomy. It is true that in Chile, we've been implementing specific programs for women for a long time. Just a little while ago, we've been focusing on this and we were trying to move the needle in terms of inequality and the lack of autonomy for women. But we have specific programs to improve access to recovery. But how effective are these programs in transforming the lives of these women and ensuring their recovery? And we have been going in depth to see how we've been dealing with the issue of women and drugs. And I think that we have different international framework, which as a government help us to incorporate in our policies the specific issue of gender and to integrate actions that will enable us to overcome inequality against women. Those are linked to issues of sustainable development, as well as the strategy, the historical document on drugs. So we see that it's important to be able to work with specific program for women. We're going to focus on improving the conditions in which women live. And for this, therefore, we have been identified what are the difficulties, what are the challenges for incorporating programs. We know that now there are barriers in terms of access for women. We know that there's an unequal burden of care which falls upon women and which make it difficult for women to have power. And it's difficult also for women to have time. They don't have the support that they need, etc. The issue of trauma, we're going to have a specific presentation on that. But we've also been focusing on other social economic marginalization and stigma. All of these challenges make recovery for women is more difficult, and therefore the country need to focus on how we can have a proper system for recovery and support, which includes issues. And as I was saying, for us, an important element is the transformation that we need to implement when we look at the issue of autonomy. Autonomy is defined as the ability to exercise rights in different areas of life, private and public sphere. It is linked to the need for social recognition, and it is also linked to different elements of freedom, of decision-making, etc. And there are three spheres of autonomy which are key: physical autonomy, in relational autonomy, and economic autonomy. And why it is important when we're dealing with recovery, we're talking about physical autonomy, we're talking about the ability to live free of discrimination, of violence, and sexual and reproductive rights. in good conditions. If we think, for example, of access to treatment, programs, etc. But if we do not work on this time of autonomy for women, many times we will have issues of them falling back into drug use, and it will be difficult for them to really attain a proper standard of life, living. If they're living in permanent violence, if they have difficult situations, in many times the treatment problems do not focus on the violence that women are subjected to. And when we look at treatments, we have to ask the question, where do they live? If I live in a family with a partner who's violent, so it is necessary to be able to look at personal conditions that the ladies with. And it's more effective to do these programs if we have different systems of protection to prevent violence. Then let's look at economic autonomy. It has to do with the ability to control their income and to be in socioeconomic conditions that allow them to live in living conditions. If I am in treatment, am I working afterwards? Am I able to return to work? Am I returning to a violent condition, living conditions, etc.? So when we talk about recovery, and when we are looking at specific programs for women, it not only has to do with treatments in a treatment center. This is important. It's important to have psychotherapy. We also need to look at the elements that will form a bridge in order to improve the living conditions of these women. If not, we will be continuing and perpetuating exclusion of women and they will not be able to overcome their challenges linked to drug use. And in this regard, what have we been doing in our country? First, we need to understand that recovery has at least two important dimensions, and we need to be able to support these dimensions within our policies. And this includes real change in the patterns of drug use. It has to do with health, well-being, quality of living, etc. But the other dimension has to do with ensuring that those changes are sustainable over time. And this sustainability is never individual, but the person has to be accompanied. They need to be supported on a social level. They need support of the state, and they need support and they need connections in order for their changes to be sustainable over time. And the main concern for relational and economic autonomy. I need to apologize because you can't see this image and we can't translate it into English, but we can see a roadmap to recover, which is available in Chile. We have programs that have been implemented, which has to do with the first part, the top part, which is more clinical and has to do with treatment and service that we provide, different modalities for dealing with substance abuse disorders. But this is also accompanied by a number of key and positive initiatives that are linked to economic and relational autonomy of women. In this regard, we have two specific programs that we have been implementing. The first one has to do with socio and occupational guidance programs and supportive housing. And then these two programs are provided in coordination with the treatment program, which is focused on health, in which the persons go to therapy, but in parallel, and in a coordinated way, we begin with this socio-occupational support, and they have guidelines for improving their working situation. We focus on needs for skills, for studies, and women are able to participate in these programs. And we move towards programs that support them in the workplace. And we also provide a route toward training to farming, to training to capacity building, etc. This program, you can see some results. We have been able to increase the participation in this program. Initially, we had more men than women because in treatment, there are more men than women. But if we are aware that the inequality that women face is increasing, we need to overrepresent women in this program in order to be able to help those who really need it. And we have important percentages in terms of success because we help these women get training to reconnect with other social programs for insertion in the workplace, to help them with the care of their dependents and their children, etc. And the other program is the supportive housing for social integration, which once treatment is finished, we tell them, okay, you're no longer treatment, but now they have to move back to real life. And they're also facing many challenges, many obstacles, difficulties in order to become economically independent or to find a home or to get insured. And these situations in which the people were, they don't want to return to those situations. And therefore, it is a transitional living space in which they receive assistance. And this helps them to really build a life for themselves. And this enables these women to become more autonomous in terms of work, the place in which they live, etc. In the case of housing for women, we provide housing for women and their children. And this is the first safe space in which they can reconnect with their children. And we also work with legal issues. We also help them to take care of their children. And we help the women in this process to really gain their autonomy. And what are the areas in which we work during this particular step? And you will notice that you see there's a treatment program which includes psychotherapy. And we also make sure that these women can have autonomy, they can have a permanent, safe dwelling space, etc. And the recovery has to be sustainable and sustained by the state. I have 3 minutes, perfect. We have a very simple program. There's no high cost associated with this. And we have had really fantastic results with this program. I'm going to show you a video. I'm going to only play the first part of the video, the beginning of the video. Timothy, can you help me with this so that you can get an idea of how this program works? We don't have time to show the whole video, but the link is there in the presentation so that you can see it. If Timothy helps me. Yeah, just a second. Yeah.
La vivienda sur es la primera vivienda de la ONG Semillas de Cambio.
This is the first set of housing. I've had it since 2017. And this provides support for women who've had issues with substance abuse, who don't have a safe place to live. The house is very pretty. It's very welcoming. It has really good, the spaces are well set out. There's a huge garden so the children can play. And it even has we have a little area for planting crops and stuff. And it's found in the metropolitan area, and you can choose. We ensure that the participants can be socially integrated in various issues. Thank you. As you can see, it's a house, as any of us would have, and these women support each other, and there's also a team that encourages them to achieve their own life plans. And I began by saying that it's very important that we look within our own programs. What are we doing in each of our countries? What are the keys to support that we can provide, not only through treatment, which is very important, but also sustaining the treatment? Because if not, we're not going to be able to overcome inequalities, but we will continue to perpetuate these inequalities, and the women will be doubly punished. And they would say that they had treatment, but you didn't change. So therefore, we need to be able to help them to overcome all these difficulties that they face. And this was how we will really be promoting their recovery and their treatment. And we need to look at how we can assist them with economic recovery. And we really need to sustain the individual efforts that they make so that they become sustainable over time. Thank you very much. Now we're going to listen to Novia Cartalucci. The title of her presentation is Silent Tears, Ava's Road to Recovery. Novia is the director of the National Drug Council of the Bahamas.
And in this story, the importance of you getting it is for you to understand what it must be like to be Eve. What it must be like to be Eve. Throughout the Caribbean, there's a low proportion of women who actually go into treatment facilities. And for the most part, most of these women who enter facilities are suffering from some sort of mental health challenges. And so as we go through the presentation, I want you to get a feel for what is Eve's journey like. And so here we have an Eve, walking the long road to a treatment center in the Bahamas. And as she walks the road, there's so many thoughts going on in Eve's mind because she's trying to figure out, why am I going to treatment? But I want you to think about it for 1 minute. There's so many factors that are going through her mind as she walks to treatment. How am I going to take care of my kids whilst I'm in treatment? What are people going to think about me if I check myself into treatment? She ponders and wonders, am I really an addict? I'm not really that kind of person. People who go into treatment, they live on the streets. I live in a house. She wonders, who's going to take care of my mother? Who's going to take care of my children? Is my boss even going to still pay me? And so as Eve walks into treatment, or even before she gets into the gate, there are so many factors that are going in her mind that must be considered as we develop treatment programs. Sadly so, another thought going through her mind is also, is my husband going to be faithful for the 3 months that I'm in treatment? And so as you ponder these thoughts, think about what it must be like for Eve as she walks through the doors of treatment. So here we have Eve. Eve has finally made it to the gate of the treatment center, but she sits on a rock. And in sitting on that rock outside the treatment facility, 4 other women sit and join her. One person is interpersonal reasons to not get treatment. The second person has socio-cultural reasons. Then you have structural reasons and systemic reasons. So let's go through Eve's journey one by one. Firstly, interpersonal. Firstly, interpersonal. So as Eve said, am I really ready for treatment? I have so many health challenges. Will I be able to receive medication whilst I'm in treatment? Will I have privacy when I need to speak with my doctor? I don't even really know much about this treatment thing, so is she even motivated to go into treatment? What is it likely that I'm going to be cured? Am I going to still come back out needing so much support? And so when we look at Eve and we see the intrapersonal reasons, she wonders, one key factor, will I have family support? What is my church family going to say with me going into therapy? And so for Eve, there are many social stigmas that causes her to feel as if, I don't know if I really want to do this. So as we develop programs, we also have to think about socio-cultural reasons for treatment. Eve wonders, there's so many inequalities in healthcare treatment. Am I going to be treated the way men are treated in treatment? What is going to be the overall perception of me by the wider public? Are people going to look at me like I'm a fallen angel? And so for Eve coming into treatment, the attitude of even the healthcare workers bother her because she feels as if women are going to look at her like, you've done something wrong to your family. You've disadvantaged your family. And so the socio-cultural reasons are many of the factors that many women refuse to go to treatment. Finally, we come to the third person she meets, structural reasons. Do the program characteristics really cater to the need of women? Because in many treatment facilities, they paint with one brush, where men and women receive the same treatment. And as we all know, Eve's issues for treatment are completely different from Adam. So she thinks, I'm pregnant. What services will be available for me as a pregnant woman? She wonders, how much is this going to cost? She wonders, what about my kids? I won't see them for 3 months? She wonders, am I going to be safe in this facility? And so when you look at the structural reasons, there's one key reason why many women do not go in for treatment, and that is, who's going to take care of my children? Where will my children be for the 3 months that I will be in treatment if I go into this facility here in the Bahamas? But there's also a concern for Eve. You see, Eve's journey is completely different from a man who seeks his role for recovery. And her difference has to do with the fact that Eve has done a lot of things that countless women have done to support their partners. And so she fears, if I go in treatment, will I lose custody of my children? Will the criminal activities that I engage in put my life and the life of my children at risk as well? And so as we develop programs for women, we must realize that there are structural factors that prevent many women from entering therapy. Finally, we come to the systemic reasons. How does the country view treatment? How does society rule treatment? When I come out of treatment, will I be treated differently? Will my information be held confidential? What are the laws governing the institution? Suppose they say that my kids can't even visit me, or suppose I could only see them once a month. And then I look at the fact, can I even afford to be in treatment? Will my insurance company cover the time that I'm here? And so when we look at it, there are economic reasons why many women don't even enter the door for treatment. When we look at statistics in the Bahamas, our local statistics indicate that 1 woman to every 6 men actually go into therapy. And that's straggling because the truth of the matter is, even based on the Global School Health Survey 2023, the percentage of young women, young ladies, schoolgirls, adolescent girls who are using drugs has increased tremendously over the last 10 years. And so think about it. Many of those 4 factors prevent many women from not even entering the door. Stigma drives many women to darkness, forcing them to engage in riskier and riskier behaviors. So of course we know that when it comes to micro-trafficking, that opens the door to criminal behavior. And so can treatment be the same for women and men? It can't. It can't be for one key reason. The trauma associated with many women walking through the doors of treatment facilities are not the same as men. So we can no longer afford as a world to try and paint everyone in a treatment facility with the same brush. Women require trauma-focused therapy. Women require special treatment and consideration for their children. Women require economic programs that seek to improve themselves and the lives of their children. So when we look at it, the need for gender-sensitive treatment, programs, healthcare workers is tremendous. Eve starts to get up the rock, and she looks back at where she's come from, and she looks at where she needs to go. And Eve starts to wonder and gives thanks for programs such as CICAD and OAS, who help Caribbean women all over the African diaspora look and say, we now have programs that consider women in mind. And so what do we have? The ISUP training program that 35 young nurses in the Bahamas took that course and are able to now deliver trauma-informed care in our local facility. Now we know that there are huge cases of women who have sexual abuse matters, domestic violence issues. Those women can receive the treatment needed to manage those stressful life events as well as overcome their substance abuse addiction. But the biggest one for me must be for Eve. Programs that are designed for women in mind that allow us to now have gender-responsive treatment. This allows women to talk about their life issues. This allows women to share with other women their struggles, their triumphs, and even the successes that they've had with their own children. And so it eliminates a lot of the distractions that keep women from walking through the doors of treatment facilities. Basically, it helps women develop their own self-care system, look at ways of relaxation and building communities with each other. So in conclusion, the sun, I guess the sun is a little brighter when you look at what we have been able to do over the last 5 years in the Bahamas in terms of offering treatment facilities for women that are gender-based, that are based on just thinking about women in mind. So in conclusion, I leave you with this one thought. There's an urgent need for treatment approaches that consider the problems of drug misuse impact on women from all perspectives, as well as from the perspective of empowerment, destigmatization of women, and so it's imperative that we continue to develop gender-responsive and programs that are sensitive to the needs of women. Programs that includes counseling, family therapy, transportation, housing, child care facilities, but more so than anything else, vocational training. We love to hear the popular saying that the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. But we have to make sure that countries throughout the Caribbean, throughout Latin America, continue to develop programs with women in mind that provide a basilica of hope for Eves and her daughters. Because if we truly intend to turn around the tyrant of drug misuse and develop treatment programs that are effective, it's imperative that we develop programs with women in mind. I thank you.
Gracias, Novia. Seguimos con Giselle Maitina Arana.
Thank you, Novia. We're going to continue with Giselle Maitin Arana from Panama, and she's going to speak to us about the incorporation of treatment for women in the system of health services in Panama. What are the challenges and the problems? Good afternoon to all. We are now going to share the experience of Panama as regards the work of CICAD in this training program, which is called WISE. It is an intervention curriculum for women who have been exposed to substances. They suffer disorders for substance abuse. So we're going to talk a little bit about this issue, talk about this initiative as it's taking place in Panama, and we'll also speak to Jimena about other activities. They asked us if we were interested in the curriculum, and of course, we accepted because in Panama, when we carried out the mapping, we realized that there are few centers that tackle issues related to women and doesn't have the characteristics that a treatment center for women should have. So bearing this in mind, we adopted this system to develop a curriculum specific for women who have disorders, substance use disorders. So this afternoon, Francisco also and Noria also mentioned some of the specific characteristics for treatment for women. We can't use standard care, but specific care for women. So the focus of this activity was to make sure that the treatment for women could not be the same as the treatment for men. So we use a training tool where we were able to provide specific skills and awareness for health personnel and using research on recovery. So the objective of the training was to provide all the participants of this course, especially the health personnel, and the Ministry of Health is the authority in charge of health in Panama. So we had a lot of people from this Ministry of Health, from NGOs, from the university, and as well. And we also had participation from officials from the unit on addiction, and also we had their active participation in this training. So the general objective is therefore to provide specific skills now I speak about the general objective to provide specific skills and awareness. This is a really important aspect, this awareness. It offers an opportunity to raise awareness among health personnel who have to care for women with this type of problem, so that they don't attend women the same way that they attend men. We also had participation from social workers who have to treat women with substance use disorders. And another specific objective was to strengthen the abilities of officials from government entities and NGOs, and also to enforce the importance of incorporating this gender approach to detect and reduce gaps, barriers, and inequalities. So what about the methodology? We had a virtual phase of 50 hours, and then we also had a face-to-face session. So we had the theoretical foundation concepts, and they also spoke about a sensitive trauma-based treatment, and then we had a responsive attention with the developmental element for trauma-sensitive care tailored for affected women, and we had also the parenting and attention for family-centered care for women and children. Among the special considerations, we had people, the senior persons, young persons, and also pregnant women. And let's speak now about the participant profile and methodology. So we divided or used accepted professionals and or workers with at least 1 year of experience in the treatment of women in the field of substance use disorders. And then we had the theoretical practical course a 3-day course, 8 hours of face-to-face classes per day, which was participatory, demonstrative, and interactive with practical experiences and some fun group activities and role-playing games. And then we had the evaluation phase, and with a post-test and also certification. So supporting the professionals who participate in the course would have some kind of certification. So when you invite them to this type of training, they always ask, am I going to receive a certificate? So that's why it's important, and that's why we decided to include certification along with evaluation of this course. As regards to workload, we had 50 hours in total, 12 virtual hours, 14 hours of activities, and 24 face-to-face sessions. 8 hours a day for 3 days. As regards to criteria for passing this course, you had to have 75% participation in synchronous and face-to-face classes. Since we are working with health personnel, it's a bit complicated to have this level of participation, but this was an important criteria for passing the course. And in terms of participation, there had to be active involvement in face-to-face group activities, and also there had to be approval of theoretical and practical activities, both individual and group, both synchronous and asynchronous. There were 28 participants. We had officials from the Ministry of Health, from NGOs, from the universities, and from CONAFRED and the White Cross. We also had some key moments in the face-to-face training when they were presenting their ideas, and there was also in-depth look in trauma, and there were some proposals and group review. Here we see okay, next. And from the training, we had some products, some deliverables. So we had some practical workshops, and we had the commitment that the participants would deliver a product from the training, and that they would develop plans for new projects. And we also see some awareness as regards substance abuse, and we had some projects for intervention for women who have suffered from substance use disorders, and then we also had programs including the gender perspective. So when we develop these type of projects, we have to have a lot of advocacy and awareness building so that the authorities would have the participation and the follow-up necessary for their success. And we had other activities that were carried out by the participants of the course. They presented their products. They had to present this in order to pass the training. And the training ended with a closing ceremony. That's the end. Yeah. I thought I had more slides, but it seems that we've come to the end. So the experience that Panama has had with this WISE curriculum was an experience of discovery, of integration, preparing us to work with new plans, programs with this gender focus, understanding the specialized characteristics of treatment for women. The health professionals who participated had to used to treat everyone the same, but then they understood that it's important that you have to develop programs, plans with this gender focus, including the specific characteristics of women. And we have 28 health professionals now that have been prepared, have been trained, and they will be multiplying or sharing their information, and so that we're going to try to extend this experience throughout Panama, working with different partners and experts in this area, in order to give the required follow-up. And we are going to have a lot of replicas in Panama of these programs with this gender perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. In order to open up the discussion, I would like to share some key ideas from each one of the presentations. The first thing is in relation to Francisca's presentation, based on Chile, we can highlight the issue of autonomy to change women's lives, and they need to take ownership of their recovery. The focus on women is based on stigma, challenges with their children, and therefore they wanted to talk about how women could exercise their rights, freedom, and their decision empowered based on strengthening their autonomy in the three areas of autonomy: economic, relational, and physical. And based on this, they've had some very important achievements to go beyond treatment of drug use disorders, and they began to focus on the sustainability of change and how social and state support is needed. And therefore they have two programs, social occupational program, and then another program for supporting women. And Novia then spoke about the experience of Eve, how based on the questions that she asked herself during her process, and this provided us with a better understanding of the questions that we should be asking in what is important for women and what we should do differently in our intervention. These are questions that should be taken into consideration when designing any program or intervention. There's a need to place ourselves in the woman's position to analyze the socio and cultural aspects that may be obstacles to them freely gaining access to treatment. It also leads us to think about appropriate interventions that may be effective, that would be based on the needs. And we also understand the systemic reasons and the conditions of treatment system centers itself. There are no programs that are women-centered, and there's hope, therefore, for Eva. Then Giselle spoke about Panama's experience with the implementation of the WISE program, which is a special program for women, which is focused on treatment. And the idea is to train and raise awareness among health workers so that they're able to respond to the gender-specific issues. This course was in blended modality for health professionals in Panama. It was both virtual and in person. There was a participatory approach. And after this, it was an evaluation process, and then the professionals received certification. And then they looked at the projects that were implemented throughout the country. That is a summary. I'm going to open up the floor so that those of you who want to ask any questions, you remember to raise your flags if you want to raise a question, a comment, or make a question. Natalia from Colombia. Thank you very much.
To encourage everyone else. Quería preguntarle a Francisca si de pronto tienen identificada la efectividad de los programas para el tratamiento. Es decir, ¿cuántas mujeres que no hacen parte de los programas?
How many women who were not part of the program? How many women that did participate had relapsed? Good question, but let's see. These evaluations. It's difficult. It's expensive to do this kind of evaluation, and we need more time, more information, and we need to do a longitudinal study of the effects, and so that we could examine the results in that regard. Therefore, and in addition to this, we measure this. We could have another discussion on this issue in terms of the relapse rates. We have been able to measure the improvements of we've had evaluation of the housing program and the social occupational program. But in terms of relapse rates, we have not looked at, and we see how these changes have been sustained over time, the income that they may have received and they continue to receive after going through treatment. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? Jimena? Thank you. I want to congratulate the three panelists and to point that this is an area where we really need to make lots of progress. And it's good to see the efforts that we've been making to maintain these results over time and to ensure women's access to different programs. The route that Novia showed us with regard to the journey of a woman to the treatment center and the questions that she asks herself, this must make us aware that this is a reality that we really need to focus on, despite the fact that we're probably not to be able to focus on that specific program because we don't have the trained resources in terms of trained persons in different countries. There are various very good experience and positive experiences of exchanges and positive experience that we should exchange, we should share, so that if we do not have specific programs for women, we can, on the other hand, create changes, even minor changes that would help women to feel more comfortable and so that they receive the treatment that meets their needs. So I think that this is an issue that is very relevant, and I want to thank Barbados for including this in the agenda. And this is a challenge that we still have to overcome. Thank you very much. Any other comments? I don't know if anybody online has a comment.
Even share. But I really commend Barbados for including this on the agenda as well, because oftentimes we overlook the complexities of what women have to face when seeking treatment, when seeking care. And I just wanted to highlight, based on an experience in St. Kitts and Nevis, I'm not sure why I'm hearing this echo, but anyway, we don't always have the funds to do full treatment like the WISE programs. But let us not be discouraged with the limited funds that we may have. In St. Kitts and Nevis, through a program hosted through demand reduction, I remember the trainer saying, look for the low-hanging fruits. And so what we did last year, and we hope to redo it again, is a stakeholders workshop, just speaking about the language stigmatization that we face in the, well, let me say for St. Kitts and Nevis, because we can be very judgmental and very harsh with our language, even in the professional setting. And it was partially a surprise to me to hear some of the responses of the professional, not realizing that they themselves were using stigmatizing, judgmental language that compounds treatment and make it more difficult. So even though we can't afford WISE and all these other things just yet, we can have hope and pick those low-hanging fruits. Short stakeholder meetings about the language, be aware of what type of language we are using, whether it's in treatment or some other form of social services with compassion and care. So I just wanted to share that with the floor. But thank you so much to all the presenter and Dr. Novia. I love your story of Eve. It really brought home the experience of many women around the globe. Thank you.
With regard to that intervention, I was also thinking when I was listening to the different stories, regard to how when in a country we want to develop this type of program, and there are simple routes, basic routes that we can take. First of all, we need to including authorities. Secondly, is we need to be able to do a institutional diagnosis of how the institution is performing, what are the barriers that exist, and we also need to focus on awareness building. It costed us a bit, but we are advancing because, as you were saying, we realize also that health profession themselves, they also were perpetuating the stigma and they did not even know that they were doing it. So this type of approach of opening one's eyes to the attitudes that they have while working, we can go step by step. We may not advance quickly, but if we focus on the society and the actors within the society, the main stakeholders, we can really achieve something. Thank you very much. Yes, I wanted to point out that it's very interesting what you've said, because I believe that curricula and the training programs that we have available, these are not very available, but I wanted us to slow down a bit. We need to focus on the issues that we consider to be particularly important. And I think that with regard to stigma, it's a tool that we can work just where we are with workshops, as my colleague mentioned, in order to be able to have awareness building programs. And there's also work that can be done with the local technicians and the other persons. And we can also exchange our own experiences. This forum helps us to get into contact with the technology, the videos, and etc., so that we can share our experiences of work. We in Chile last year, we were focused on a community with webinars for women and the treatment of women. And we were connecting with 200 people, 300 people, including technicians from different countries. And obviously the language barrier is an issue, but we also have a way among ourselves that we can share our experiences. And so civil society is very important. In our country, civil society has many more resources and spaces that we can cooperate with them. So the important thing is to be aware that we have to do things to ensure that women's condition changes. And we need to examine the way we're doing these things so that we can get better results and to include these women. Elizabeth?
Considering, my question is to Francisca, by the way. I was particularly impressed with the housing units being given to the women, especially to that in Grenada. We really do not even have a drug treatment, quote unquote, proper drug treatment facility, far less to have one that takes care of women by themselves as a specific group. But I may have missed it. Those units, was it single units for the women? Was it only for women who have children? I saw the garden and the planting. Or is it that you, a group of women in one unit? And how did they access? Did they have to go, really had to enter treatment? Had to be successful in treatment? Just a little bit of the dynamics, maybe in a minute. I was really fascinated about the housing for women and their children.
Sí, no expliqué tanto. Voy a
When I'm talking about houses, there is one house with a capacity to attend to 8 persons, 8 women, or it could be 4 families. Let me explain. If all the women have children, then there will be 4 women living in the house with their children. And we carried out a study, and when there's more than one family group, it is living together is more difficult. There's like criticisms in terms of parenting and so on. So it's not a fixed number of people, but it depends on the different conditions. It's like a house like any other where these people live together during about approximately 1 year. We don't want more than 1.5 years of residence in this home. We don't want to think that they're going to live there forever. It is a platform for them to be able to access their own spaces eventually. So the women have to apply for the house, and then there's an interview, and the focus is basically if this residence is going to be beneficial for the recovery of this woman. We look to see whether the woman who's going to live in the house has the intention of looking for work and live autonomously. So we don't want the women to see this as a housing solution. It's not simply a space to live. It's a space where I'm going to work and better myself at the end of the treatment with some success, medium to high success in the treatment. Thank you for these wonderful presentations on this very interesting issue. And in the 3 presentations, what we see is that women require a different treatment to men, not these general treatments that exist in my country that are treatments for men that have been adapted to women. We need specific treatment for women because the needs of women are different. And also we have to look at how serious the problems of the women are. And women often have more severe problems. And we have to give them hope. We know that the women who go for treatment, despite all the obstacles in their way, that they often have better results than men in the treatment centers. But when we meet the needs of the women and in the relationship part and the caregiving part and the housing part, that when you're speaking about the selection process, what do these women expect? What are their expectations? Because it is a huge project. There's a lot of motivation to be part of this great opportunity, correct? When we started, there weren't enough women. We didn't have women that attended. We had specific programs for women. We treated women, but how effective were these in creating autonomy? Not a lot of success. So, often there's like mentorship programs, and from women, we they enter in this treatment center that takes decisions for the women, for the family, or so it has been a transforming process in terms of the treatment that is given, and analyzing all of this, examining the practice that exists, then we were able to develop a more successful program, and we had more women come in. We, in fact, had a wait list, but this is a program that really requires immediate attention. So what we try to do is to work with these lists and have a very precise focus on women with the most problems, most difficulties, and we try therefore to prioritize and treat women that have greatest difficulties at work, in their families, and so on. Any other questions? Go ahead. I didn't see your name, sorry.
Excellent presentations, very interesting. I'm Ronald Chase from Barbados, but in Barbados we are fortunate to actually have a female residential facility specifically for the treatment of women. And we've had that since about 2015. I think it was opened in 2015. But having that facility also educated us a lot about the continued barriers that we face, that women face actually, specifically when accessing treatment or even during treatment. The wraparound services that aren't needed but not readily available. My colleagues here from Marina House would tell you about their ingenuity in trying to provide a lot of these wraparound services, where you would have had, for example, a pregnant mother who would have been a cocaine user delivering her child and having to try to adapt and get approval from the Ministry of Health and whatnot and the Child Care Board for that infant to actually stay with the mother initially in treatment. Because obviously there are concerns about this infant being in a treatment facility, whether it be female, all female, or male. And that in itself, they were willing to work, but it took a lot. And the wraparound services, I think it highlights the, even although you may have a facility and you have good intentions, you always have to keep on the ball, because as you go deeper into it, you realize that there are a lot of sometimes barriers that you have to co-op other persons for. So even with the housing, like my friend from Grenada, quite interested in that. But you know, like everything else, there's a financial side to everything, and you really need the assistance and the partnering of all persons involved, because it's a societal issue, even in employment and training and retraining and giving equal employment opportunities to these women that are in treatment who believe that they're lesser than a woman, lesser than a being, because they're addicted to drugs, and that's what society have fed them. So from a Barbadian perspective, there's a lot of barriers, and a study done here through the NCSA would have highlighted some of those barriers commonly for women entering treatment, and it is a learning process. It's a long road, and I encourage everyone to work together and see if we can get that throughout the Caribbean, throughout Latin America, because I have a mother, I have sisters, and I have daughters. And we need to ensure that they remain safe and they can access help.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, ya vamos a cerrar el espacio.
Thank you so much. We're going to bring this session to a close, but I've heard 3 common issues, policies. I think that first you have to have the political will and start with small projects, gather experience, and also we have to understand that we have to have this gender focus, and we have to see how we can involve men in this so they understand how important it is to have this gender perspective. And then we talked about the importance of awareness raising among professionals, among families, among the women themselves, so they understand their rights. And so so that we can understand all the questions that Ava asked herself. Thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you, Maria, and your team of panelists. Thank you so much. Delegates, we move on now to a coffee break. You have 30 minutes. Pardon? 30. 30. Okay, yes. You have 30 minutes for your coffee break. And then we continue with panel 3 at 3:15. So I'll see you back at 3:15 for the last leg of today's conference. Stand right now. You're going to do it. Yeah. Good. And are you want me to give you the microphone? Oh, I thought you were doing it in front there. Huh? Well, come and take off the mic. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Makeda Bourne, and my assignment is to get you to wake up. So our first assignment is find someone who born in your birth month. See if you can find someone that born in your birth month. And if you find that person, go ahead, introduce yourself, and have a chat. And we are finding persons that born in the same birth month. It don't have to be the first letter. I'm another me, I'm me. And for those who are looking around, I am from the month of May. Mayo, the month of May right here, if anyone else from that fabulous month. Okay, everyone found someone in their birth month, hopefully. Other people are come. What month are you in, sir? February. Any February born? Any other February born? Mrs. Hunting's every month. Don't look in that direction. Any other February born? What month are you, sir? March. Any other March in here? March, February. All right, so where are the January borns? January, February, right here, March right here in yellow, February in the back, April, there's an imposter, May, Mayo right here, June, July, August, September. And they seem to be growing 2 more, are they? October, no October. October in the back, 1. November. And December. All right, December right here. I'll use the microphone, unfortunately. All right, so we're going to do just a brain energizer, something to do with my young people to get their brain and body ready for sessions. So just give yourself some room. Find space that you can maneuver your arms without harming someone else. And hopefully you can hear me without the microphone so I can demonstrate as well. Interpreters, can you hear without the microphone? You need me with the microphone, right? Okay. All right. So beautiful people, we are going to wake up our brains. So everyone lift your right hand. And with that right hand, I want you to slightly pat your head. Don't move your brain. Just give it a slight pat. Beautiful. And as you do that, take a deep breath in through your nostril. And then out through your mouth. In through your nostril, out through your mouth. And while you're patting your head, I want you to lift your left hand and start to rub your tummy with your left hand. Pat your head with the right, rub your tummy with the left. And when I say switch, you're going to move this left hand and you're going to do the opposite. Ready? And switch. And switch. And switch. And switch. Turn and face a partner now. Let's see if you can encourage someone to get it correctly. Are you ready? Interpreters, I'm just going to be switching. So I'm going to just put on the microphone to demonstrate 1 minute. And I want you to imagine like if a log is in front of you, take your right hand. I want you to start to chop that log. Chop the log if you know, chopping up wood. Very good. Excellent. Look at those rhythm. And with the next hand, lift it up in the air. No, we're not chopping. You're doing it together. So you're chopping. I'm seeing some dance movement happening. That's good. but we want to chop and we want to saw. So you're chopping? Beautiful. Beautiful. And one last thing to wake your brain up. You're not done, sir. Come, you have to lead by example. Thank you. Those of you that can balance your right foot, and I want you to just twist your ankles if you're drawing some O's. And then switch. Good. Find back your birth mouth person. Quickly. I have 30 seconds. And I want you to come up with a dance with your birth group. So find a birth group and tag yourself in, sir, unless you're able to dance on your own. Ready? All right, so technician, can I call on you just to give me a little music? And the birth groups, you have to come up with a rhythm and do it together in your birth group, right? So we have 1 minute to get this all together. Getting the brain going. Ready? Ready? Good. So we can get a little rhythm. This group, you all ready? You know, all ready. You all know that you're ready to do the waltz, the chop, the saw, the everything. Get the heart rate up. You all ready? Good. Sammy, you ready? Sorry to put you on the spot. Love it. So you have something to take home. Get the brain working. So as soon as the music starts, your group can start. All right? All right. Give me a little volume. And let's do this in. Take charge, baby. You in charge. Boy, in the squad. Put your hands together for April. Take your time, tick like a clock. You in charge of the walking up. So set up yourself and get ready to bang. Y'all put your 2 hands up on your head. Balance the thing when you lift what you like. I like y'all who just push back over the face. Take charge, baby. You in charge. Pick up the guy who just come on and polish your friend. And party straight to the end. Take charge, baby. You in charge. You in charge. You is the boss. You in the front. Doing the dog. You do the walk. You get the job. Fucking you here. Front of the boss. What's the big boy? Just like sick. This girl magical and mystic. I like y'all who just push back over the face. Enjoy the money she spend. Take charge, baby. You in charge. Y'all who just come on and polish your friend. And party straight to the end. Take charge, baby. You in charge. Boy, inhale and go down in the spot. Exhale, bring it back up. Take your time, tick like a clock. You in charge of the walking up. So set up yourself and get ready to bang. Y'all put your 2 hands up on your head. Balance the thing when you lift what you like. I like y'all who just push back over the face. Enjoy the money she spend. Take charge. So we're gonna end our session by giving ourselves a firework. And let me teach you what firework is. We're gonna count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then ladies, I want you come down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 1 firework. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 1 firework. Got it? So ladies, let's practice your firework. Give me 1 firework. And gentlemen, I don't want you doing that. You do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it? Let me go, mesdames, messieurs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put it together. Give me 1 firework. And that is 1 firework. Give yourself 3 hot fireworks. Go. And I hand over to your moderator, Mr. Messiah High.
I am not responsible for us going over time. Just make that clear now. But thank you for your engagement. Woo! Don't pretend if you need to get some water, drink some water, yeah? Yes. All right, we continue with panel 3, of which I'm the moderator. Again, some feedback. All right. And the title of our panel is Adolescent Treatment and Recovery. What works best? World Health Organization defines adolescents as individuals in the 10 to 19 years age group. Transition, during that time there's the transition of developing from a child into an adult. And good decision making is not front of mind for that population. Therefore, experimenting, thrill seeking, what feels good thrives in this period of development. Consequently, we find that first use commences, and unfortunately, problematic use occurs at this stage. Thus far in our discourse, we've spoken about the effects that vulnerable populations have, and the adolescent population falls into that community. We have 3 experts who will give presentations. Each presentation will be 15 minutes. All questions are held until the end of the 3 presentations, where we field questions in our analysis and discussion. Our first presenter is Ronald Chase. Joining us virtually, we have Gabrielle Rossi and Ruben Balair. Can you confirm that they're online? Both of them. Excellent. So with the presentation, Family-Based Therapy for Adolescents with Substance Use Disorders, I yield to Ronald Chase, Dr. Chase, Senior Registrar and Psychiatrist, the Psychiatric Hospital, Barbados. Sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. For those online, you missed a riveting re-engagement session just now. Forgive me if I'm a little out of breath. Right. Family-based therapy for adolescents. Technical difficulty. I think so. Aha. So what is family-based therapy? Recently, and I think we have to be mindful that for adolescents, it's just as we had with the previous panel session, adolescence is also a different or a special group as well. Because their only concern is not just drug use. In most cases, there are other concerns such as behavioral issues. Some of them would have had frequent contact with the judicial system as a result. Some disruption in the classroom, disruption in the school, disruption at home. Some are also suffering silently, as they say, the silent war of depression or even PTSD. Recently, I've seen several teenagers, but recently, many of them have been referred for an evaluation, and they would have been seen and referred to other counseling agencies before me. And usually that was mandated by the court or by the school. Probation department or even the juvenile liaison scheme, all these are entities that would do adolescent counseling, not necessarily just for drug rehab. Now, a lot of the children come and teenagers, they come and they're not engaged because they see themselves as being a problem. Everyone sees me as a problem. They see therapy as being a punishment because I'm being told I'm smoking cannabis, I'm doing drugs, go to this place, and I'm going to many different agencies at the same time. And now it's just another form of punishment. My parents would drop me off or ensure that I go, and they leave. And some of them complain that everyone sees me using drugs, or they complain because I smoke, but no one asks why. And this is where family-based therapy has its place, and I think has a prominent place in the arsenal of counseling adolescents, because it engages not just the teenager, it engages the family. It can engage the school network, actually even the peer network in terms of their friends, their siblings as well. Now, okay. There are different models under the family-based therapy, which some are shown here. Brief strategic family therapy, family behavioral therapy, and the other three. They're all based on the concept of engaging not just the teenager, but the other persons involved. Because of this special nature of adolescent drug use, where it is often seen that there's a lot of miscommunication or lack of communication, lack of cohesion within the family unit. And that lack of cohesion, that miscommunication or lack thereof, is interpreted a lot by the teens as being unwanted, not loved, not appreciated, not heard. Couple that onto, well, you label me as a bad person and you shuffle me from agency to agency. I'm in this alone. And it further drives a wedge between the family and that teenager, and brings that teenager closer to the group that accepts them, and unfortunately that group encourages negative behaviors. So briefly, that's a brief synopsis of each of the types of therapy models in terms of the brief strategic family therapy. Yet again, the teenager and at least one parent is involved. For family behavioral therapy, we look at contingency management. There is, which is longer than the brief therapy. The brief therapy is usually within a session or 2 sessions. It is meant to be literally a on-the-spot brief intervention. For the family behavior therapy, it is usually around 6 to 8 weeks, involving at least one parent. You look at behavioral contracts with the adolescent. You look at generally building resiliency within that teenager. So conflict resolution, better communication skills, looking at the relationship between themselves and the parents, or themselves and some of the other siblings. Being able to manage stress, because similarly to adults, when persons feel stress, they will look for an escape, they will look for a coping mechanism. And unfortunately, society has taught everyone, including our adolescents and children, that that stress relief can be found in a substance. The substance varies based on your culture. One common substance is alcohol. Another one in this territory is cannabis. So it looks at, where is this going backward? Anyhow. So another one is multidimensional family behavioral family therapy, which yet again is not focused just on the adolescent. It's focused on the family communication skills, but it has more interventions for the family. And when we say interventions for the family, it is not a matter of the parent sits in the session and every session with the child. No. It is a matter that the parent, there are going to be some sessions where they're going to be together and there are going to be some sessions where they're separated. But at the beginning of the therapy, the child is made, or the adolescent is made aware that it is not only him or her that is coming for help, it is also the parent, the sibling that may be coming for help, that we recognize the message that is being told to them is that we recognize that the reason why you're here is not just because of drugs or just because you want to be deviant, but you have a story and other people may play a part. And as adolescents, we always rebel against our parents, and that becomes our first person to attack, especially the one that is closest. And that builds on that rapport, and that drives further a wedge, as I said already. The multi-systemic therapy now, that includes usually the court system, the school system. So you will find this model usually used for persons in drug treatment court, in the adolescent drug treatment court, for example. Now, the reason why I think in my experience I find that it is a better approach is because of family therapy literally looks to mitigate some of these risk factors that are known risk factors for adolescents that use drugs. The poor communication amongst the family, and therefore they learn not to communicate properly. They have some challenges with that. They're not able to express themselves in situations outside of the family as well. Then, therefore, they get themselves into in Barbados, we call them predicaments, but we get themselves into altercations or arguments, and sometimes that can escalate. When we all believe that as a child and an adolescent, you don't work, you don't have any bills to pay, therefore you don't have any responsibilities. The only job you have to do is to go to school and learn. And that is kind of, the adolescents view that as disrespectful, and it is, because you cannot tell someone how they're feeling, and you can't tell them how stressed they are feeling. And if they don't feel that family cohesion, if they don't have that relationship with anyone in their family, their parent, their older sibling, their cousin, their aunt, their uncle, then they will look for that advice, they will look for that comfort outside of the family. And that can look, and that could be, fortunately, could be fortunate and get someone of a positive role model, but you can also get a very negative influence. Poor problem-solving skills. We learn a lot of our skills, our soft skills, as people would say, even from adolescence, from childhood, from infancy. We learn to speak the language we speak currently because as an infant we grew up hearing this language and learning that language, so that language becomes native and innate to you. But it goes further than just the language, it also goes to the behaviors. So if within the family unit there is prevalent drug use, the infant, the child, and then the adolescent normalizes this. There's a decreased perception of harm of these drugs. If there is of their family members and everything ends in an argument, there's a lot of disagreement. We call it a household with high expressed emotions. And no one is able to conflict resolve. No one is able to have a disagreement respectfully, but it escalates to screaming, shouting, and in some cases, violence. Our children, our teenagers, learn from us, learn from that family unit. And when they start to display these attributes, and they do that outside the home, they may run afoul of the law, or they might, as I said, be disruptive at school, and therefore they're then placed in a population or amongst persons with other similar behaviors within a juvenile detention center, or because everyone, all 5 of them, for example, may be in trouble together, they form that friend group. It only takes 1 or 2 of them in that friend group to be smoking, and then everybody is smoking. The family has a lot of play, or should I say influence, on children and adolescents. Now, the benefits of family therapy goes beyond that, and it's not just my anecdotal saying what I've seen, but there was a study in 2018 that looked at the evidence based on outpatient behavioral treatments for adolescents use between the years of 2014 to 2017, and they found that it was particularly effective for promoting treatment attendance and therapeutic alliance building. In 2019, there was another study examining how often or how frequent therapy affected the dosing effects on substance use in terms of how quickly would the person go back to using. Family-based therapies were said to be a benefit, in such that they increase parental monitoring, increase behavioral management, they fostered positive relationships and encouraged self-regulation, which all reduced the frequency of use within the adolescent. I think the study was done over about 2 years. As I said before, for human development, it is shaped by the interaction of the individual with his surroundings and social context. We learn not just by reading, but we also learn by what we see and what we experience. And therefore, the environment for which the adolescent is within is an important and can pose multiple risk factors. And if we only ever target the adolescent themselves, then what? We're not being comprehensive. We speak to the adolescent. The adolescent may want and see value in the counseling, but then we put them back into an environment within a family home that has not changed. So, in my conclusion and my end, I leave with you. The adolescent and the child is part of the family unit. If one is broken, the family unit is not as strong. If all are strong and all can depend on each other, it creates a stronger family unit, and it creates a stronger link between all of us. So therefore, given the fact that these is our next generation, the adolescents, adolescent is a special group, but I think the basis of, or the key to helping them is more of a family-based approach rather than just singularly you going to treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. If one is broken, the other is not as strong. Strong families create strong adolescents, even if they present with substance use disorders. Thank you, Dr. Chase. We move on to our second presenter, Gabriel Rossi, Secretary General in National Drug Secretariat in Uruguay, joining us virtually to present Bridges of Dialogue, Psychoeducation about Cannabis for Adolescents and Their Families. Mr. Rossi?
Sí. Bueno, buenas tardes. Primero, lamento profundamente no estar ahí para haber bailado con ustedes.
to talk
Tema de
with
agenda me
them.
impidieron ir por
The
allí,
issue that they
pero
asked me
se lo
to
veía como
present,
muy divertidos.
but it would be quite interesting.
Señora Ángela Crowdy.
Natalia Rifo, Vice President of the Group of Experts on Drug Reduction Demand Richard Wilfred Abrams, representative of the chairmanship of the Group of Experts, the delegation of Barbados. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel. It seems very important in terms of exchanging good practices within the sphere of our region. I would also like to take this opportunity to express the interest of Uruguay to present its candidacy for the presidents in 2026 during the next CICAD OEA cycle. I will go on to my presentation. I hope to stick to the time that's been assigned to me. Our countries has been working for more than 10 years on regulations for cannabis, and we've had to navigate the difficulties since we did not have adequate prevention, and specifically with regard to adolescents, we have fallen behind considerably. In this regard, we understand that scientific literacy means much more than just understanding the basics. And we have to understand concepts, key scientific concepts, and to build confidence in the facts established by scientists. And this requires us to think about state policies that are linked to this issue. We want to start linking this to neurodevelopment. We have to be aware that there are two key moments. The first is the one that occurs during the different stages of neurodevelopment. And there's a lot of growth and development of the brain during birth and 3 years. And the development of the brain afterwards slows down. So the brain grows by 15 centimeters between birth and 3 years old. And then after that, it only grows by 3 centimeters. And during adulthood, it only grows by another 3 centimeters. And this is important for us to be aware of these stages of development. We're talking about the brain's ability to form neuronal connections, and as a very important element, the influence linked to the environment. We have therefore an interaction between the brain and the environment in which people live. We have, as we said, 2 windows of opportunity between 0 and 3 years old, and 9 to 3 years. There are different parts of the organs, but approximately between 3 and 9 to 14, those are the windows of opportunity for brain development. When we talk about the window periods, we need to be aware that the brain must receive stimuli in order to have optimal development, which correspond to the moments of greatest changes in order to have an adequate development of the brain. And this link between genes and the environment. These changes must take place at these moments. We should think of it as blown glass. Blown glass it's very malleable, but it has a very short time before it cools down, and then it becomes rigid. Unfortunately, you we are in this situation. We are already in a situation where our glass is rigid. But when we talk about adolescence, we're talking about the possibility, this second chance to mold. This can be done for adolescents. And it depends on the environment in which they live. In this first, when we talk about this first window of opportunity between 0 and 3 years, we're talking about from the point of view of psychoeducation, it's like we're building up a house and we're building up this house, which is the nervous system. This time is called the epigenetic stage. And this is a time when the genes pay attention to the environment. And my genes, what I've inherited listens to the environment, and I'm adapting to the environment. And hence there's a very important aspect, and which was discussed by the previous presenter. And I want to really highlight and stress what he said. There's a huge impact, a long-term impact on the brain if we do not take into account that different behaviors begin. You need to have a safe environment. And if we don't create this safe environment, we are losing a very valuable opportunity to promote positive behaviors, attachments. Yeah. Moving on to the other element, to the second window of opportunity, which occurs during adolescence. In order to give you a visual representative, the house is built, but we can decorate it according to our taste. The adolescents decorate their houses in the way that they want, as they wish. And this is what we consider as individuality. So the second stage is called synaptic pruning. And during this stage, the brain also listens to the environment. And what happens? I was saying that in the first stage, the brain grows. And in this period, the brain stores and is organizing information. It moves on to be a more specialized brain depending on what I wish for it. This is an example. There are two Marias here. The Maria on the left and the second Maria is one at secondary school. The first one is in primary school. And the brain of the left on the left has more connections than the one for the adolescents. And to show you in another way, in Maria's brain during her primary school years, she has many dirt roads, and she chooses one of those dirt roads. That dirt road becomes a paved road. It becomes developed more quickly. And the dirt roads that she chooses not to use, not to travel on, those roads are lost over time. This means that during adolescence, we have fewer highways, but they are traveled on more frequently. In adolescence, the brain becomes specialized and it saves more energy than the energy that during childhood. We have to bear in mind when we talk about the brains and the channels that we have, there is cannabis in the brain, which is called the endocannabinoid system, which was discovered 50 years ago. And this has to do with these functions. The endocannabinoid system of our brains It reduces memory, anxiety, spontaneous movement, and it stimulates hunger, sensorial experiences, and the feeling of novelty. And in some regards, when marijuana is introduced to the body, we have to be aware that the endocannabinoid system helps in the process that we were talking about before. It helps the paving of the roads, the paving of the brain's roads. It helps the brain to become ordered. And the cannabis that we have in our brains achieves this process. But what does this cannabis that I have inside? It organizes the whole brain. It is a system that is very important for us. So what happens when we have to talk to all teenagers about what the effects of cannabis are on the brains of all teenagers. You've heard that many times when we talk about cannabis and teens, we talk about psychosis, we talk about panic attacks. But what we need to do, this doesn't happen to all of them, not to the small percentage that can experience psychosis or panic attacks. We know that there are different types of adolescents. There are different types of cannabis. Not all cannabis are equal. Types of cannabis are equal. And we need to focus on 3 key points. 1, the age. Consuming cannabis at 12 is not the same as consuming it at 16 years old. There's an effect from the perspective of the structure of the brain, which is much more damaged and which damages the structure of the brain in children under 16. And this is very important. It's not just about public policies, but we need to know that if there's someone who's working with teens and focusing on cannabis, they should encourage them to start taking cannabis as late as possible. As a second point, we also have to focus on the reflexes. There is a difficulty from the perspective of the reflexes for teens which use cannabis. They have 2 times the chances of having a traffic accident. Those who are under the influence of cannabis, they have 2 times the risk of having accidents than those who don't use it. Third point, which is very important, is recent memory. We know that there's a very important impact on recent memory for those who consume cannabis. This is not important if the person is playing a video game, but it's very important if this person is studying, because what they studied, it is not retained. And this affects specific areas of the central nervous system. And we can compare this to a seahorse. It has a major impact on the recovery of memory. Finally, Senor, we have astonishment, the issue of astonishment. When you use marijuana, there's a sense of hyper astonishment. The person is excessive, it looks stunned when they use cannabis. This is not important if I'm doing an activity linked to academics, but if I am studying, if I'm doing academic work, It is very important because it's a virtual novelty. When I become extremely astonished, it, it affects me negatively in academic work. And therefore, we must be aware that cannabis has a high, serious impact in terms on the academic performance. Unlike other substances, we can't consider cannabis as a problem that will cause you to end up in the hospital. But it has a serious impact on academic performance. And this is where we need to focus heavily. Drugs in general, when we talk about the risks of hospitalization, there's a link to the links to health risk. But in the case of cannabis, we have to focus first on the academic effects, and then it always affects and it leads to a decline in academic performance. Thank you very much.
Second window of opportunity. Following on that metaphor, we think about treatment as putting out a fire, and recovery is the long, protracted process of rebuilding or refurbishing or recycling that house, depending on how much damage has been done. What I decided to do for this talk today, this very brief presentation, is to go to look at these two metaphors as the tip of an iceberg, and really concentrate a little bit about the mechanisms, talk about the neurophysiology, the neurobiology underlying these processes. And I'm going to concentrate on two topics that I think are really critical to understand recovery, which are the dopamine processes, mediated processes, and neuroplasticity. We know that salient stimuli trigger dopamine and drive reinforcement. This is the process that happens anytime we are exposed to any stimuli that appears to be novel or presenting some kind of novelty. There are these dopamine cells in an area of the basal brain called the ventral tegmental area. Those neurons respond to this novelty by releasing dopamine in the nucleus accumbens of the striatum, and that triggers a learning mechanisms that could take different paths, adaptive or maladaptive, depending on the quality of that novelty stimulus. Evolutionarily speaking, this mechanism, this dopamine-mediated learning about salient features, has obviously been developed by evolution to respond and repeat behaviors that afford us some kind of selective positive properties or selective advantages, like sex, for example. This is what dopamine has evolved to do, to teach us that sex is good, is a behavior that we need to repeat over and over again in order to increase fitness. So this is a typical classical experiment with an electrode in the center of the reward system in the brain of a mouse, and when a female is introduced in the cage, we can measure in this electrode the spike from 100 to 200 in dopamine. The problem is that drugs of abuse, like amphetamine, for example, but all drugs of abuse do a similar thing, looking at the same scale, they can produce an exaggerated spike in the dopamine that can reinforce a novel behavior, in this case, drug-related behaviors. So we can think about dopamine as a thermostat, really, as a basic control system that is designed by evolution to teach us behaviors that we need to repeat over and over again. The problem is that like with any thermostat, these thermostats have been designed with minimum and maximum values within which the thermostat, this basic control system, will be robust and allow us to optimize or to homeostatically adapt to any changes. Sex, for example, is one type of natural reinforcer that will operate in this particular thermostat of dopamine within the robust area. Amphetamine and every other drug will push the dopamine thermostat towards the fragile areas of that thermostat, because these are situations, dopamine levels that evolution has never really considered might be within a reasonable range of operation. So the point is that when we recalibrate within evolutionary boundaries, within the robust areas of the dopamine system, the effects are very different than when we recalibrate outside of those evolutionary boundaries. And these differences in brain, this leads to differences in brain structure and function that we can actually measure. And this is why when we look at the brains of addicted individuals, we can actually see some of these structural or functional, in some cases, effects in the brain. In this case, we're looking at the amount of dopamine receptor availability in that areas of the reward system in the brain, in the striatum. And in all cases, this is a very highly reproducible result. We can see a maladaptive learning in the form of a functional depletion of dopamine receptor availability in that area of the brain. One of the problems of this functional perturbation is that lower dopamine 2 receptor availability in addiction correlates with lower glucose metabolism, in this case, showing what happens in the orbitofrontal cortex as a direct result of this lowering of dopamine receptor availability. This is an area of the brain that is in charge of error prediction, which is obviously a very important feature of any adaptive learning. The problem is that these initial perturbations in the reward system begin indeed in the reward center of the brain, driven by drug use, by chronic drug use. But there is this ever-expanding wave of dysfunction that, even though it begins in the reward centers, then it moves on to perturb memory and emotion processing, then motivation, and eventually this ever-expanding wave of dysfunction can compromise our ability to control.
Dr. Baller,
yes?
we're asking if you could speak a little slower so that our interpreters can keep up with you.
Okay, how much time do I have? But I will speak slower.
Okay. To make up for that time, Dr. Baller, I give you 8 more minutes.
Okay, great. So I'll try to speak slower. So eventually this ever-expanding wave of dysfunction can compromise our ability to ponder the consequence of our actions, to strategize, and more importantly, inhibit prepotent responses, prepotent impulses. So this all leads to the fact of neuroplasticity that I wanted to highlight. This dopamine that is triggered in response to novel stimuli will interact with other neurotransmitters to trigger molecular learning and modifying brain circuitry. This in a way connects with the pruning that Dr. Rossi was talking about before. This interaction between different neurotransmitters in the synaptic spaces in the brain will strengthen connections. Some connections will be strengthened, leading to long-term potentiation. What he was talking about, this kind of construction of highways within the brain, but also those pathways that are not used so often will be weakened and will leading to long-term depression. The main concept that we need to remember here is that of neuroplasticity, which is at the heart of our ability to cause addiction in the first place and also recover from it. Because of neuroplasticity, addiction can be reverted. A recreational drug use here at the lower end, lower left of the panel, can lead to an escalation in drug use, which can eventually, in the red pathway, lead to a substance use disorder of different severities. But this trajectory can also, depending on the quality of those neuroplastic events, can lead to very different pathways in the trajectory of a career, of a drug use career. It It can lead also to maintenance of recreational use, or even discontinuation, complete discontinuation of the drug intake. It can lead to decreased control and eventually not taking anymore. Or it can lead, once we enter a career or a diagnosable substance use disorder, that can be reverted towards abstinence and eventually towards remission. Always there is the possibility of a relapse because of this dynamic process of neuroplasticity whereby all these connections can change in a dynamic way depending on the influences on the environment, and in this case of different drugs. But because brain changes in addiction can be reverted, is because we can see results like this. These are the dopamine transporters measurements in methamphetamine users. This was the baseline. We see in these individuals the levels of transporters, dopamine transporters in the striatum, and 9 months post-detoxification without using methamphetamine, we can see a partial reversion, a partial recoup of those dopamine transporters in the striatum. So this is the connection between these adaptive learning processes, neuroplasticity, and the recovery that can take place in the brain of addicted individuals. So neuroplasticity drives this neuronal rewiring that underlies addiction, but it's the same process that can also underlie the brain's ability to heal itself and recover from addiction. Obviously, this process is known to take a very long time. These resolving changes from substance use disorders and its radiating effects like loss of job, housing, friends, and justice can be a very protracted process. Now, when it comes to the treatment of substance use disorders in adolescents, we are confronting a quadruple whammy in terms of need, obstacles, challenges, and access. In terms of need, we know that the percentage of people needing substance use disorder treatment is highest among young adults aged 18 to 25, and third highest among adolescents aged 12 to 17. In terms of the obstacles that we confront in this population, 97% of adolescents aged 12 to 17 who need a substance use disorder treatment do not perceive the need for treatment. The reasons that are reported are that they prefer self-management, the negative perceptions of services, and obviously concerns the adolescents have about stigma. Some of the challenges include the fact that approximately 2/3 of adolescents presenting with substance use treatment meet the criteria for a co-occurring mental health disorder, what we call a comorbidity, or mental disorder comorbidity. And this obviously complicates the matter. And obviously, finally, the access. Less than 1/3 of substance abuse treatment facilities in the United States offer adolescent-specific programs. Sometimes these treatment facilities are combined adults and adolescents, and this definitely is not a proper environment for a comprehensive, effective treatment of young people. The results of all these challenges, this quadruple whammy, as I call it here, is that only 0.5% or 9,000 adolescents with an SUD sought treatment in 2023. 1.8 million adolescents aged 12 to 17 in this year who met SUD criteria did not receive treatment. I will not go through this slide because it was talked about before, some of the effective treatments that are known for adolescents. I will just point out that there are very exciting developments in the area of treatment, like the non-invasive neuromodulation techniques that target some of the brain circuits that are known to be affected in addiction. There are also obviously invasive neuromodulation techniques like deep brain stimulation, high-intensity ultrasound, all of which have not been intensely investigated for somewhat obvious reasons in younger populations. I want to bring in this point that the adolescent brain, however, is not a smaller version of the adult brain, and this is why we need to do more research in treatments for this population and develop a deeper understanding of the adolescent, particularly the adolescent decision-making circuitry. In this term, we know we can be pretty sure that risk-taking behavior is unlikely to be only due to the imbalance between the self-regulation and the sensation-seeking parts of the brain, which, as we all know, mature at very different rates. So, for example, we need to increase our understanding and do more research on the avoidance circuitry, which include the amygdala and the insula, which we know are involved in the conscious representation of bodily sensations and in the regulation of arousal that we can imagine are particularly important in the adolescent brain. So neuromodulatory techniques that target these areas of the brain, in addition to the cognitive areas and the impulse or the emotion regulatory areas, will be an important part of the future research agenda. We know that recovery is a long process, which is accelerated by support. After an initial remission of substance use disorder symptoms, it can take as much as 8 years and 4 to 5 engagements in the treatment process or mutual support groups to achieve sustained remission. And risk for meeting SUD criteria can remain very high for several more years after that. So in terms of adolescent recovery specifically, as I was implying before, there's a significant lack of research on adolescent recovery specifically. This is probably due to the lack of standardized definition of recovery and the reluctance to use the word recovery, particularly with adolescents. Also, the lack of recovery support is a pervasive contributor to adolescent relapse. There are very few formal aftercare programs that serve adolescents exclusively. We do have recovery high schools as a model of specialized schools. They are designed to provide students with therapeutic and peer recovery supports in a learning environment where all students are committed to maintaining recovery from a substance use disorder. There is limited evidence, however, for their effectiveness, although there is an ongoing longitudinal follow-up study funded by NIDA, my institute, of the Tanner Smith, the original study on recovery high schools. And as I mentioned before, the family involvement in recovery, support, and treatment first. This is a model, a research network that will be a sustainable network designed to develop and evaluate innovative family-based recovery support systems. The one that I wanted just to mention in this context before I finish is this new framework for integrated family-based interventions across the youth, particularly for opioid use disorder service continuum, using a telework model. And in this telework model, the provider telework intervention produces an outreach to families. In the first phase of this model, there is the delineation of the role of each family member, and all this is delivered through a telehealth environment. In the second phase, the initiation, the family collaboration sets the goals for the family treatment, the treatment in the context of the family environment. In the third stage, the training itself, the family will be educated and given skills training, and then the relapse prevention assistance, which is so important, as we now know in recovery, to protect the recovery that has been obtained at the initial phases. And then throughout this process, there is helplines and online support groups for the family through mobile messaging and peer-to-peer coaching. Just to finish, I have to mention, I would be remiss not to mention that the problem that we are dealing with is not just about drugs. This basic control system of dopamine can be threatened by all sorts of toxic influences, particularly in modern environments. Due to the very rapid evolution of our environment, there are more and more threats that can threaten the health of this dopamine thermostat. And just to name a few, the junk food, UPF, ultra-processed foods, the tech companies with their algorithms and business models that hijack our attention, and obviously legal drugs. All of these really can hijack and monetize, in a way, our dopamine thermostats. These are very powerful corporations with very powerful algorithms and business models that can threaten the dopamine thermostat, this basic control system, just as powerfully and toxically as drugs of abuse. And finally, I want to really add to the dyad of treatment and recovery the all-important concept of prevention, which, again, I would be remiss not to mention. We can spend a lot of money and resources in treatment and recovery, but if we don't do the legwork at the front end of this more complex equation, doing the prevention, educating, and producing more resilient kids to begin with, we are going to be feeding an endless chain of clients for our treatment and recovery efforts. That's all. I leave you with my email in case there are questions that we don't get to them at the end. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you, Dr. Baller, for your thorough presentation. To the three experts, Dr. Chase, Mr. Rossi, and Dr. Baller, thank you for your interventions. At this time, the floor is open for comments, for questions, and that's also to the online grouping. Please feel free to share your questions, but I know right here we have a question from Antigua and Barbuda.
Excellent presentations from the therapeutic and psychiatric viewpoint and neurological viewpoint as well. My question is for Mr. Chase. One of the questions I have was, in your setting, are the parents mandated by the courts to come? Because I know for us in Antigua, still correct, the children get dropped off in terms of coming for their sessions, but usually parents only participate in instances where the courts have mandated them to attend. So just wanted some insight into, if it's not court mandated, how sustainable is it for parents attending sessions, etc., and the willingness from the parental population. In addition to that, I had one more question. It would have been to Mr. Ross, Dr. Rossi. In terms of our 9 to 14 stage age range, how would you say we would engage them in a way that allows for us to see effective behavioral changes for those who would have negatively been impacted not only by a substance but by their environments, especially for children who we have in our juvenile justice system? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. And it's actually an important question, or it brings out an important fact of how we perceive our approach in treating adolescents. It is not usually court mandated because I think the concept that we have for adolescent drug treatment is centered particularly and mainly around the adolescent and not seeing the family as important influences and therefore important in their treatment or recovery from it as well. And that is one of the reasons why the children present or come with a very negative attitude towards the session. They come very opposed to it, not sometimes even willing to engage in a conversation, a simple conversation. And so it would be good for the court mandating, and not because we want to force persons, but I think it is important for the message to be given to the parent and to the adolescent that this is a team approach. This is a family that is obviously broken or has someone in it that is broken, and the family needs to pull around that individual. And so although that is not mandated, we usually, at the psychiatric hospital, we usually engage the parent and try to educate them and encourage them and understand the role and the need, the importance of their involvement, and even sometimes their behaviors. Because about 4 or 6 weeks ago, early July, there was a gentleman came in, he was 15, and well associated with the drug use, the cannabis use, was also, he was also charged, I think, with stealing. I think he had 2 or 3 counts of stealing, but he came with his father, and the father was just there to really drop him off. And he would have told me point blank, he's gone to different places, it doesn't matter. And what you see here in any case, because his father smokes, his mother smokes, his uncle smokes. The father complained about the environment he's in by the mother, but the father's environment is that he also smokes 24/7, and those were his words. So then you are telling the individual, that adolescent, to come to therapy to stop smoking, but everyone else is smoking. And the message, therefore, is this is punishment, or, and as the boy said, it really don't make sense why I'm here. So starting with if they're going to come through the judiciary system in terms of mandating the parents to come, I think would send a positive message to both the parents and the adolescent as well, to try to change their mindset as to what what is needed for the recovery and rebuilding of this adolescent.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chase. Over to you, Dr. Rossi.
Sí, gracias. Quería aclarar, ya que el doctor Valer me dio la posibilidad con su muy buena presentación,
Possibility during his really excellent
cuando
presentation,
yo hablaba
when I was talking about the fact that the brain in the second window during adolescence, we have to think that in terms of the brain specializing, perhaps it's not smaller, it's a more specialized brain. In addition, the colleague asks, how can we work with these age groups? I think that Dr. Baller, at the end of his presentation, mentioned something that's very important, which is that these generations are facing an enormous set of stimulation linked to dopamine, and sometimes they offer things, video games, they're offered apps, telephone apps, which stimulate their brains. And this money is not a slot machine, and we need to stimulate the brain naturally with things that are healthy, which are natural. So we began our presentation by dancing and enjoying ourselves. And I think that these elements, unfortunately, the culture has changed. And now we're focusing on dopamine stimulation. And this is an incorrect strategy, especially for those brains that are in the process of development and those brains that are in the process of specializing. I also want to highlight that not all adolescents who use drugs are addicts. Many times we have teens who have problems with consumption, but they're not necessarily dependent on these drugs. In time, they could become addicts. And I think that for the recovery of addicts is something that's very complicated. And sometimes it's quite frustrating. So I wish we were more effective in our efforts at prevention, to prevent the beginning of this consumption and to prevent the start of this dependency, which can happen when people consume these substances. Thank you very much.
I have one other question that I see. A brief intervention so we can have a brief response as we close off.
Muchas gracias. Sí, solo una reflexión muy breve. Es como...
It's very interesting, this perspective that we've seen, but the question that we should discuss in terms of prevention is how adults are involved in supporting children in their development. What is the responsibility of the developer of prevention programs, not only for the parents, but also for the whole community? And I would like to know if they are developing or if you've thought about how we could incorporate this aspect into our work. Thank you. ¿A quién le hizo la pregunta?
Gabriel Rossi.
Yes, Dr. Rossi, a brief response.
I didn't hear. Could you repeat?
¿Cómo han pensado incorporar a la población más adulta que está al cuidado de estos?
Involving adults who are surrounding these young people in the process of prevention and treatment if possible. In our country, we have a major challenge, which is we have regulated cannabis market, unlike the vast majority of the Western world. And in this respect, we have to work on to be able to incorporate that in our regulation, not only state rules. Many times the perception of regulation, the state has to say, to lay the rules, and we're working on something to do with academic literacy in order to include in the regulation in the involvement of the home, that the use of among the family members is also considered one of the factors that promotes drug use among children. So the regulations not only must come from the state, but the family, the citizens themselves must become involved in this. And we are working on this issue. We've been working for four months in the secretariat, but for 5 years we've been working. We're going to try to ensure that prevention not only focus on treatment from a scientific and a political perspective, because prevention sometimes is not very attractive. We need to make it attractive. Unlike the rest of the population, we have an aging population, and we have few children and adolescents in our country. And in our case, there are very few children and teens. And in addition to that, they're poor. So all of these factors make it very important for us to work properly based on evidence to ensure that prevention is not necessarily the work of the government, but the citizens' initiative and the citizens' interest. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Dr. Rossi, Mr. Baller, and Dr. Chase for your contributions and for the engagement from the audience. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of our session now, and we prepare to close off this evening's proceedings. So that closes off panel 3 for this afternoon. Good. That brings us to the end of panel 3, ladies and gentlemen. Delegates, tomorrow we start here at 9 o'clock on the dot. Pardon? Oh, I didn't see your. Yeah. 9 o'clock on the dot, we begin. And right here, if you can be here 5 minutes before, so we can start on the dot of 9, that would be excellent. So we'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to register for the Herbalites experience before you go, just in case you miss the deadline at lunchtime. I extend it for you so that by the end of this evening, you've registered. It has been my pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your evening here in Barbados. Those online, we look forward to seeing you and having your interactions tomorrow. Good evening, everyone.